I would love to. I would love to.
Ahoy,
You're the captain.
ahoy,
I would
ahoy,
love to. I would love to.
Ahoy! Ahoy!
I would love to. You're the captain. I would love to. I would love to. You're the captain. Aye, matey. You're the captain. Aye, matey. I would love to. Attacked. Aye, matey. I would love to. Arg. I would love to. Arg. I would love to. You're the captain. Arg. Yes, captain. Zug zug. Dabu. Joe Dax, I got Dax for you. My hospital is important. Say hello to my little friend. What you want me to? Alright, you the boss. Alright. Okay. Yes, Captain. Would you tell me, kids? You got it? Alright. Your command, Master. Neutral here. Done building ship. Arg. Ahoy. Loktar. Dabu. What you want me to? Okay. Your command, Master. Zug zug. Swoop dabu. Done building ship. Yes, Captain. Ahoy. Work complete. Talking. Your command, Master. Chugami, the boss. Okay. Chugami. Done building ship. Yes, Captain. You're the captain. Work complete. Work complete. Zug zug. Dabu. Would you want me to? Chugami? Huh? Done building ship. Tornax. All right. You the boss. All right. All right. Arg. Would you want me to? Work complete. Tornax. Tornax. Chugami. Chugami. Done building ship. Tornax. Okay. Yes, Captain. I would love to. You're the captain. Ahoy! I would love to. Arg. I would love to. Arg. I would love to. We're being attacked. The boss. Arg. You're the captain. Would you want me to? We're being attacked. All right. Join the boss. All right. Would you want me to? Chugami. All right. Chugami. Okay. Chugami. All right. Aye, matey. You're the captain. Nabu, nabu. Swooboo. Arg. Ahoy. Ahoy. I would love to. You're the captain. Arg. Here comes Swooboo. Nope, dog. Huh? Zug zug. Would you want me to? Right. Aye, matey. Arg. command, Master.
Neutral.
Lokdar. Done building ship. Aye, matey. Ahoy. Work complete. Huh? Swobo.
Jonathan the boss.
Done building ship. Ready to work. Lokdar.
Itak.
Done building ship. Ready
Itak.
to work. Lokdar.
Lordo.
Lokdar. Arg. I would love to. Work complete. Work complete.
Huh?
Lokdar. Zug zug.
What you want me to?
Arg. You're the captain. Aye, matey. Ahoy. You're the captain.
Itak.
Kabu. Your command, Master.
Neutral here.
Zug zug. Work complete. Arg, your command, Master. Work complete. Aye, matey. Ahoy.
Neutral here.
Zug zug, zug zug. Yes, Captain. I would love to. Ahoy! Ahoy!
John Knox.
Lordo, work complete. Swobo.
What you want me to?
Yes, Captain. Ahoy. Arg. You're the captain. Aye, matey. Arg. I would love to.
Zog
Zug zug. Swobo. Dabu. Dabu. Lokdar. Zug zug. Just building ship. Done building ship. Work complete.
We're ready, Master. I'm not ready. Yes? Huh? What? All right.
Sun. Dabu.
Huh? What, huh?
Swobu. Itok. Sun.
We're ready, Master. I'm not ready. We're ready, Master. I'm not ready.
Loktar. Dab Sun. Klotu. Dabu. Loktar. We're being attacked. Building ship.
Okay. Come on. All right. Come on. All right.
We're being attacked.
Want to kill? Okay. Giovanni. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. What you want to kill? All right.
Aye, matey. Yes, Captain. You're the captain. You're the captain. Huh? Dabu.
Yes?
We're being attacked. Aye, matey. You're the captain. We're being attacked. Yes, Captain. You're the captain. I would love to. Arg. Ahoy. We're being attacked.
We're ready, Master. I'm not ready. Okay. All right.
Dabu.
Master. Okay. Okay.
We're being attacked.
Yes? Yes? Okay. What, huh? Yes, okay. We're ready, Master. I'm not ready. We're ready, Master. I'm not ready.
It's over, Sun.
Yes, what, huh?
Arg. You're the captain. You're the captain. Ahoy. You're the captain. Ahoy. Ahoy. I would love being attacked. Ahoy. Arg.
Ready, Master. I'm not ready.
I would love
Ready,
to.
Master. I'm not ready.
Yes, you're the captain. You're the captain. I would love to. Aye, matey. I would love to.
Yes? Masters?
What you want me to?
Master? Okay. Master? Alright. Yes? Okay. Okay. Yes, Master. Yes,
Aye,
Master.
matey.
Master? Yes, Master. Master? Alright, Master. Okay. Master? Yes, Master.
Would you want me to? Yes, captain. Arg. Aye, matey.
Alright.
John Dax. Okay. John Dax. Boss. You got it. Okay. John Dax. Alright. Arg. Would you want me to? Okay. Yes, captain. Yes, captain. Would you want me to? Okay. Arg. Aye, matey. I would love to. Ahoy! You're the captain. Ahoy! I would love to. I would love to. Yes, captain. I would love to. Aye, matey. You're the captain. Yes, captain. Ahoy! Aye, matey. We're the captain.
Yes, Master. Master.
What do you want me to? Come on, okay. Yes, captain. Yes, captain. Aye, matey. Arg. Arg. Aye, matey.
Master.
The boss.
Master. Yes, Master.
Okay. What do you want me to?
Master. Alright.
Okay. We're being attacked. We're being attacked. Ahoy! I would know the captain. You're the captain. You're the captain. You're the captain. Ahoy! I would love to. Ahoy! You're the captain. I would love to. I would love to. Aye, matey. You're the captain. Yes, captain. I would love to.
All right, Master.
building ship.
What you want me boss? What you want me boss? You got me boss. What you want me boss?
We're being attacked.
Boss. What you want me boss?
Work complete. Done building ship. We're being attacked. Done building ship. Done building ship. Arg? You're the captain. You're the captain. Done building ship. Arg? Ahoy! Done building ship. Arg? You're the captain.
What you want me to do?
We're being attacked.
What you want me to do?
Done building ship. Being attacked.
What you want, boss? You got me, boss. You got me, boss. You got me, boss. What you want, boss? What you want, boss? You got me, boss. You got me, boss. What you want, boss? You got me, boss. 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 정확하게.
I matey. I would love to. I matey. I would love to.
Neutral here.
We're ready, Master. I'm not ready.
Arg. Ahoy. You're the captain. I would love to. Yes, Captain. You're the captain. Yes, Captain. You're the captain. You're the captain. Yes, Captain. Ahoy. I would love to. Ahoy. Ahoy. You're the captain. You're the captain. You're the captain. Ahoy. 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 You're the captain. You're the captain. You're the captain. You're the captain.
Neutral here.
Yes, Captain. Ahoy. I would love to. Ahoy. You're the captain. I would love to. I would love to. You're the captain. You're the captain. Ahoy. I would love to. Ahoy. 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 I would love to. Ahoy. Ahoy. You're the captain. I would love to. You're the captain. You're the captain. Ahoy. I would love to. I would love to. You're the captain. Ahoy. I would love to. Ahoy. You're the captain. I would love to. You're the captain. You're the captain. I would love to. You're the captain. I would love to. Ahoy. You're the captain. I would love to. Ahoy. I would love to. I would love to.
Somdog.
Lopnar. Zug. Arg. I matey. Aye, matey. Arg.
Would you want me to kill you, boss? Okay, alright, okay.
Aye, matey. I would love to. I would love to.
Would you want me to kill? Alright, alright. You the boss. Alright, alright, alright. Okay. You the boss. Okay. You the boss. You the boss.
Yes, Captain. I would love to. You're the captain. I would love to. Ahoy! 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 I would love to. Ahoy! Ahoy! I would love to. You're the captain. Ahoy! I would love to. I would love to. We're being attacked. I would love to. Arg, I would love to. Ahoy! I would love to. I would love to. You're the captain. You're the captain. I would love to. Ahoy! I would love to. You're the captain. You're the captain. I would love to. You're the captain. You're the captain. Ahoy! Ahoy! I would love to. We're being attacked. You're the captain. I would love to.
Neutral here.
We're ready, Master. I'm not ready.
Neutral here.
We're ready, Master. I'm not ready. We're ready, Master. I'm not ready. Master? What? Huh? Yes? All right. Yes, Master. Yes, Master.
You got me?
Master?
Yes, Captain.
What? Huh?
Would you want me to?
Master? All right.
Aye, matey. Aye, matey. Aye, matey. Aye, matey. You're the captain. Ahoy! Yes, Captain. I would love to. Yes, Captain. Arg. You're the captain. Ahoy! Arg.
Master. Yes? Okay.
Your forces have been assigned to an area along the southern border of the Elven Kingdom of Quel'Thalas. Gul'dan, hoping to sow the seeds of chaos among the human and elven allies, has located a mysterious elven artifact near the keep of Cardero. This huge, monolithic runestone is guarded by a human castle on the small island located in the middle of Darrowmere Lake. You must destroy the forces that guard this relic and gain control of the runestone for use by the Horde.
Zug.
What? Huh? All right.
Nabu. Nabu.
What? Huh? Yes, Master. What? All right.
Yes, Captain. Aye, matey. Yes, Captain. Ahoy! 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 I would love to. You're the captain. Work complete. Ahoy!
What? Huh?
Nabu.
What?
Ready to work.
Zug. Zug.
Work complete. Lokta.
Swobu. Zug.
Ready to work.
Lord. Zug.
Is there anyone in the audience, actually? Is anybody watching right now? I'm here playing the game quietly by... I've got 5 likes, but is there anybody here? Is there anybody in the audience? I haven't said anything because I assume that nobody's here today, but let me see. 2 people logged in. I'm gonna mute myself for now.
Work complete. Subdog, lopdog. Lopdog, Dabu. Lord, Dabu. Work complete. Ready to work. We're being attacked.
Oh, yeah. It's President Sunday, Demon Mama, and me, right? You don't have to worry. Right for now, it's a little bit of a relaxed stream, and also I am sort of... Oh, Vosh! Wait, which are the free... Can you name the free streamers that you watch? Okay, Vosh, I know you watch me, and who's the third one? I'm actually keeping an eye on the President Sunday one as I stream.
Master?
Okay, yeah, I'm actually... I'm keeping... I'm actually... I'm having a look at in the background at the hole. They are analyzing the shark. Can you tell me if my avatar is working better with the new camera or not? Okay. It's gonna be streaming in 14 minutes actually. So what do you think? Is my avatar working better when it's like with the the new camera, or is it basically the same as it was? What do you think? Did the camera help to improve the avatar at all, in your opinion? Or not really? A little better. I will probably sort of mix it up a bit. Which one do you like more? Avatar or live camera? I will probably turn on the camera when talking to people live. When talking to people. Also, as I've said, I'm keeping an eye on the Present Sunday thing, and I'm still shocked.
Work complete.
I'm still shocked that people would attack Shark. The leaks are not as bad as President Sunday's anticipating them to be. Oh, the camera. Okay. It might be better. But yeah, President Sunday is getting nervous about the leaks, but it's not really... It's not really as bad as President Sunday is anticipating it to be, you know?
Work complete.
He's going to read it, by the way. He's going to read it.
Work complete. Zug zug. Ready to work. Lord Abu. Zug zug dog. Work complete.
Let me see.
Work complete.
Yes? What?
Ready to work. Work complete. Zug zug.
We're ready, Master. I'm not ready.
Abu.
This is the funniest sound of a building ever, by the way.
Work complete.
not ready.
What's that noise?
Work complete.
Oh. Jesus.
Dog.
I never fail. I never make mistakes.
Ready to work, yes, Captain. Ahoy.
Neutral here.
Dog. Sun's up. Sun's up. Sun's up. Dabu. Lopar.
Master, yes, Master. All right, yes, Master. All right.
Work
Yes,
complete.
Master. All right. Yes, Master. Yes, Master. All right. Yes, Master. All right. Yes, Master. All right. Yes, Master. Okay. Yes, Master.
Okay.
What you want me to?
We're being
Yes.
attacked.
Okay, yes, all right. Yes, Master. Okay, yes, Master.
Dog.
Yes, Master. Yes, Master. Yes? All right, yes, Master.
Bleh. Giggling.
Alright.
Kabu. Ready to work. Work complete. Work complete.
Lord Hook, neutral here.
Ready to work.
Lord Hook, Lockdown.
Swobu.
Giggling. If you're gonna do something, be a giggler.
Work complete. Ship. Work complete.
Lockdown. Zug.
Giggling.
Ito.
Kabu.
Lord Hook.
Swobu. Work complete.
Huh?
Work complete.
Neutral here.
Huh? Zug zug. Work complete. Kabu. Yes, Captain. I would love to. I would love to. Ahoy! Ahoy! I would love to. Ahoy! I would love to. Ahoy! You're the captain. You're the captain. I would love to. You're the captain. You're the captain.
Neutral here.
Yes, Captain. Ahoy! I would love to. You're the captain. Ahoy! Ahoy! I would love to. You're the captain. You're the captain.
Neutral here.
Yes, you're the captain. Ahoy! Ahoy! You're the captain. Ahoy! I would love to. Ahoy! You're the captain. I would love to. Ahoy! 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 You're the captain. You're the captain. You're the captain. Ahoy!
I'm so cold.
Ahoy! Ahoy! You're the captain. I would love to. Ahoy! I would love to. Ahoy! 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 You're the captain. I would love to. You're the captain. You're the captain. Ahoy! I would love to. Ahoy! You're the captain. You're the captain. Ahoy! I would love to. I would love to. Ahoy! Ahoy! I would love to. Arg? You're the captain. Swap. Swap. Neutral here.
We're ready, Master. I'm not ready.
Lord Hook. Swabble. Neutral here. Work complete. Work complete.
We're ready, Master. I'm not ready.
We're being attacked.
All right. Okay. All right.
Done building ship. Zug.
Yes. Okay. All right.
Neutral here. Work complete.
We're ready, Master. I'm not ready.
Aye, matey. I would love to. Work complete. Kabu. Neutral here. Done building ship.
We're ready, Master. I'm not ready.
Kabu. Kabu. Arg? You're the captain. Work complete. Neutral here. Done building ship. Arg? You're the captain. Work complete. Done building ship. Loktar. Arg? You're the captain. Neutral here.
We're ready, Master. I'm not ready.
Loktar.
I'm not ready.
Work complete. Eat Whoa. Yes, Captain.
We're ready, Master. I'm not ready.
Done building ship. Work complete. Sun's up. Arg. Ahoy. Zogdog. Logdog. Zogdog. Kabu. Done building ship. Yes, Captain. Complete. You're the captain. Sun's up. Done building ship. Aye, matey. I would love to. Work complete. Done building ship.
Neutral here.
Arg.
We're
You're the
ready,
captain.
Master. I'm not ready.
You're the captain. Done building ship. Arg.
Neutral
You're
here.
the captain.
We're ready, Master. I'm not ready.
We're being attacked! Done building ship!
Okay.
Work complete. Aye, matey. Ahoy! I would love to. I would love to. You're the captain. You're the captain. Done building ship. You're the captain. Yes, captain. You're the captain. You're the captain. I made you. You're the captain.
I'm not ready.
You're the captain. Arg. Ahoy. Whoa. They're destroying our city!
Hold on, what happened? What? Wait, where's my sugar now?
Work complete. Huh? Kaboom. We're being attacked! We're being attacked! Work complete. Done building ship. Aye, matey. I would love to. Huh? Nope, dog. We're being attacked. Yes, Captain. Ahoy!
Neutral here.
Ahoy!
We're ready,
Nope,
Master.
done
I'm not
building
ready.
ship. Nope, dog. We're being attacked. Arg? You're the captain. You're the captain. Ahoy! Ahoy! You're the captain. Yes, captain. You're the captain. Yes, captain. We're being attacked. Huh? Kaboom. We're being attacked! Aye, matey. Ahoy! Yes, Captain. Done building ship. Arg. I would love to.
What you want me to? Alright. You got me? Okay. John Dax, you the boss. Would you want me to? The
Aye,
boss.
matey. Done building
Yes,
ship.
Captain.
Whoa, yes,
Aye,
Master.
matey.
Whoa, okay.
Arg. Yes, Captain. I would love to. You're the captain,
Aye,
matey.
ahoy.
Yes,
I would
Captain.
love to.
Yes, Captain. Arg. Aye, matey. Yes, Captain. Done building
Ahoy.
ship.
Ahoy. 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 Neutral here.
We're ready, Master. I'm not ready.
Yes, Captain.
Ahoy. Ahoy.
I would love to.
Ahoy. Ahoy.
Arg, you're the captain. You're the captain. I would love to. Yes, Captain.
Ahoy.
Yes, Captain.
Ahoy.
Aye, matey.
Ahoy. Ahoy.
Arg.
Ahoy.
Arg.
Ahoy.
I would love to. Arg, you're the captain. Aye, matey. Yes, Captain. Yes, Captain.
Ahoy. Ahoy.
Yes, Captain. Arg. Yes, Captain.
Ahoy.
I would love
Ahoy.
to. Yes, Captain. You're the captain. I would love to. Arging attack.
Ahoy.
Arg. Done building ship. Yes, Captain. We're being attacked. You're the captain. You're the captain. Yes, Captain.
Ahoy.
Aye, matey. We're being attacked. Yes, Captain. I would love to. I'm building ship. Aye, matey. You're the captain. You're the captain. Yes, Captain. You're the captain. You're the
Neutral
captain.
here.
We're
You're
ready,
the
Master.
captain.
I'm
I
not
would
ready.
love to.
Eat Zug zug. Zug zug da.
Yes,
Ahoy.
Captain. You're the
I
captain.
would love to.
I would love to. I would
Ahoy.
love to.
Ahoy. Ahoy.
I would love to. You're the captain. You're the captain. You're the captain. You're the captain. You're
Ahoy.
the captain. I would
Ahoy.
love to.
Ahoy. Ahoy.
I would love to. Ahoy! I would love to. Ahoy! Complete. You're the captain. I would love to. You're the captain. I would love Ahoy! You're the captain. Ahoy! You're the captain. Ahoy! I would love to. You're the captain. Ahoy! Aye, matey. Ahoy! You're the captain. You're the captain. You're the captain. Dog. Ready to work. Dog. Sun. Huh? Dabu. Done building ship. You're the captain.
Oh, nice with Vatro. Yeah. I love Warcraft 2. You know? I really like Warcraft 2.
Huh? Sun. I would love to. I would. You're the captain. Ahoy! You're the captain. Ahoy! I would love to. Work complete. Aye, matey. Work complete. You're the captain. Arg, I would love to. Dog. Arg, I would love to. Yes, Captain. I would love to. I would love to. Dog.
Very nice.
Sun. I made yes, Captain.
We're ready, Master. I'm not ready.
Our building ship. Yes, Captain. Yes, Captain. You're the captain. I may you're the captain. Yes, Captain. I would love to. Yes, I Captain. Ahoy! Dog dog. Swallow.
What is streaming Ron DeSantis presidential campaign for 2044? I think Demon Mama as well. Oh my gosh. The most. I mean, I think that's good. I think that's good.
Zug dab, zug. Yes, Captain. I would love to. I would love to. I would love to. You're the captain. Ahoy! I would love to. You're the captain. You're the captain. I would love to. You're the captain.
Giggling.
I may
I actually want to go over a debate today. More debates.
I would love to.
Especially since I'm working to get a convo with
Ahoy, Captain.
Dylan. I'm gonna have a follow-up conversation with Dylan.
Ahoy.
Isn't that cool?
Ahoy. Yes, Captain. Ahoy. Arg. Ahoy. Yes, Captain. Arg. Ahoy. You're the captain. I will love to. Ahoy. I may.
Okay, that was a mistake. We're gonna have a debate. You know?
I would love to. Yes, I would love to.
We're also going to try to get at the, well, not the debate, a talk with Demon Mama. I should get a talk with President Sunday. Wick will have to leave soon. Maybe I should get on President Sunday. You know? Should get on President Sunday.
We're being attacked.
Jesus, so many ballistas here. My god. I don't know who Shark is talking about. I do have topics for Dylan. I always have topics for Dylan because there are always topics to talk about when it comes to Ukraine. There are always topics when it comes to the Polish-Ukrainian relations. So with Dylan, I'm not really worried about. I'm not really worried about running out of topics. I've been seeing that Dylan has also been doing some homework when it comes to the history of this region, which is always good to here, you know? Demon Mama, honestly, I think I will probably always have a topic to talk to as well, you know?
I'm not ready.
We can talk about things like gender, which is like the only, like, is like always the topic that is nice to go to. Demon Mama is talking about religion today, so we could actually talk about that a little, because Demon Mama is going to be talking today about the fact, if she's not talking about it already, about the fact that you don't really need to believe in the supernatural to be religious. And that is a topic that is a bit close to my heart right now, considering my current sort of
I'm not ready.
considering my relationship with Judaism right now, you know? So that is a topic that we can talk about, you know? Maybe I'd have more audience if I had a debate with someone, but the problem is, or maybe that's not a problem, I don't know. The problem is I don't really have that many huge disagreements with people, you know? I don't really have all that many major disagreements with people. If that makes sense. Does it?
We're being attacked.
Alright, yes, master. Yes, master. Alright. Okay.
We're being attacked.
Alright. Yes, master.
Yeah. I don't really have any big, you know,
Zon. Kabu. Ready to work. Lord Hook. Work complete. Work complete. Kabu.
Yes? Okay.
maybe just going on a prime case panel. It's different than a debate, so I don't know if it will have the same effect. Who's prime K and how do I get on a panel?
I'm not ready.
Am I an ignoramus? What is a prime K panel? Right. Amy's Prime, I'm listening to streaming about leftist politics and anything else. How to create an open community talk about. Let me look into this. Oh, that person looks familiar. The person looks familiar. Oh, I know this person, I think. Right, I think I know that. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay, I know this person. I know of this person. Saying that I know this person is putting it a little bit strongly.
Nabu, Swobu. Yes, Captain. Ahoy! Zog dog. Zug zug. Ready to work.
Maybe I could be on a panel.
Lordu, Swobu. Huh? Zug zug. Zug zug. Done building ship. Arg, you're the captain. Arg. Aye, matey. Arg. I would love to. You're the captain. I would love to. You're the captain. Ahoy. I would love to.
Hmm.
Neutral here.
You're the captain.
Damn.
I would
We're
love
ready,
to.
Master. I'm not ready.
Yes, Captain. Aye, matey. Ahoy. I would love to. You're the captain. Ahoy. 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 You're the captain. You're the captain. You're the captain. You're the captain. We're being attacked. Yes, Captain. You're the captain. I would love to. You're the captain. Ahoy. Captain. I would love to. Arg. Ahoy. Arg. Arg. I would love to. Arg. I would love to. Yes, Captain. Ahoy. Arg. Ahoy. Yes, Captain. Ahoy. Arg. Aye, matey. Ahoy. Aye, matey. I would love to. We're being attacked. You're the captain. I would love to.
We will try to.
Destroying our city.
We will try to get this cleared.
What you want me to? Alright.
Yes, Captain. I would love to. Yes, Captain. You're the captain. Arg. Ahoy. Arg. I would love to. Yes, Captain. We're being attacked. Destroying our city. We're being
Tell me,
attacked.
boss. Alright. What you want me to? Tell me, boss.
I would. You're the captain.
Master?
They're destroying our city.
Neutral here.
Arg, you're the captain. Yes, captain. Arg, you're the captain. Ahoy.
We're ready, Master. I'm not ready.
Hacking the beach is true. Yeah. I think we're on the way to win this. I'm happy with that. Should I try to get on President Sunday? Should I try to get on? Second wave of invaders, true.
Master.
By the way,
Building ship. They're destroying our city.
I don't think you're gonna be... Wait, hold on. Oh no! What have I done? Oh crap! Okay, I'm loading the game. I made a... Oh my god, I made a huge mistake. Ay ay ay, gigglers.
You got me? Alright, okay.
We're being attacked. Aye, matey. Ahoy. Arg, you're the captain.
Master?
Neutral here.
Alright. Master? Alright.
Arg. Aye, matey. Done building ship. Ahoy. I
I'm
would
ready,
love to.
Master. I'm not ready.
Yes, captain. You're the captain. I would love to.
You got me? Alright.
What?
Relax.
Yes, Master.
Yes, captain.
Yeah, Tekken Bridge Sunday could be interesting. Well, that's assuming he actually will agree to come on, you know?
I would love to.
But I have it on good information from my little spies. I'm my own little spy. That actually Wick will have to leave soon. But President Sunday might just end the stream at that point. True. I'm spying on President Sunday right now. That is what I do. It is what it is, as they say, right?
Yes, captain. Yes, captain. Ahoy. Aye, matey. I would love to. Yes, captain. We're being attacked. The captain. Aye, matey. I would love to. Yes, captain. Ahoy. Arg. I would love to be attacked. We're being attacked.
It was not a bit. She just... It was not a bit. I just answered to a President Sunday stream thing. That's right. I'm actually spying on President Sunday as we speak to see if I'll be able to get in and talk about a few topics.
Would you want me to? Okay. Relax. The boss. Would you want me to? Boss. Relax. Okay. Would you want me to? Okay. Would you want me to? Would you want me to? Would you want me to? Boss. Okay.
My gosh.
Arg. You're the captain.
My gosh.
Yes, Master.
I'm gonna be the dumb. Oh, okay, I'm not. I'm not gonna be the dumb enemy.
I'm not ready.
I'm doing so well on this map. I'm so happy. I'm so happy.
Neutral here.
We're ready, Master. I'm not ready.
Neutral here.
We're ready, Master. I'm not ready.
The enemy's weaker now, true.
Master,
You
forward.
can finish the level.
Yes, captain. Arg. Ahoy. I will the captain. I will love to. We're being attacked.
Neutral here.
You're the captain.
We're ready, Master. I'm not ready.
captain? I would love to. Arg? I would love to. You're the captain.
All right, Master.
Yeah, I know. It's like there's actually a lore explanation because in Warcraft 1, you might have noticed, ogres did not have two heads, they had one head, okay? But the evil orcish mage called Gul'dan actually thought that the ogres were too intelligent, and so he made them less intelligent by splitting their heads into two. See, there's a little lore explanation. This game has actually a instruction manual that's basically like a big story thing, a booklet, a whole book.
With the capture of the Elven Runestone, Gul'dan has been able to warp the power it contains to mutate an entire legion of his loyal and ruthless ogres into wielders of arcane magics. Along with this
Gul'dan is a big person in the lore.
deadly magics and a malicious cunning rivaling that of Gul'dan himself. You are to employ the Ogre Magi in the creation and defense of a fortress at the mouth of Tears Bay, cutting off the human supply lines into Quel'Thalas.
Quel'Thalas, the forest of the elves. Warcraft 2 added so much lore and story. I'm writing something real quick. The Ogre Magi, yeah, one of the best units in the game. I really love Warcraft 2, you know? It's such a good game, you know? And it has such nice graphics. You gotta admit, I think this game came out in like 96 or 97. You gotta say this game has nice graphics, right? You gotta say that, right? You gotta say that this game looks nice, right? And has nice music, right? Some people actually like this game over Warcraft 3, you know? There are people that say that Warcraft 2 is nicer than Warcraft 3.
Master?
It's such nice graphics. I don't think it aged at all.
Ready to work. Zug 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 Loktar. to work. Huh? Zug. Arg. Ready to work. Zug. Doctor.
I'm not weird. I'm not weird.
Aye, matey.
Thank you for allowing me to live from the streaming.
Work complete. Doctor. Dabu.
That's right. Give me a donation. That's right. President Sunday and Wick are doing some promo, so throw a donation my way. I'm gonna be honest. Bad graphics is a really subjective thing. We've played Warcraft 1 and I don't think it had super bad graphics. It's really subjective what makes graphics bad. Ah, thank you, Jess. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for helping me. To be like, thanks to you, you're making this. Because of the exchange rate between dollar and Polish money, it's actually becoming a sustainable thing for me, so I can focus more on, you know, I can focus on more on actually calmly preparing and making more quality content. Which actually I do have to work on the video essay that I've started already recording. Wasn't Wick supposed to go or something? Wasn't Wick supposed to leave? Wait, Jess, you're watching President Sunday, right? I'm actually spying on President Sunday as well. I'm hoping to hop on and talk to him, but I don't know if President Sunday won't just end this stream once. It's like... Oh, you're not? Okay. For you were watching President Sunday right now. I'm spying on them. They are watching the shark video. Oh, you can stand Wick. Okay. I'll get on, and I gotta, you know, get my foot in the door and get President Sunday to task. Debate President Sunday. Oh my god. So I tend not to watch when they stream together. Okay, that makes sense.
Work complete.
I need to get more conversations. I'm working on having a conversation with Demon Mama. I'm working on having a conversation with Dylan. Wick seems alright, even if Wick has bad political takes. You know? So I'm working behind the scenes to get us some conversations going. Of course I'm working on a talk with President Sunday. By spying right now.
Ready to work. Zug. complete. Somtag. Lokta, ready to work. Somtag, damu.
You don't have a lot of money in this mine, by the way. We're gonna have to find a second mine. I have very low tolerance of people, and if I find them annoying, I simply won't watch them. Ah, thank you. That must mean that I'm actually doing something well.
Ready to work.
Which is a good sign for me. But I do have to work on. There's a thing that I wanna go over today. Another debate of Dylan's. Oh no. Oh. There you go.
We're being attacked.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. By the way, paladins look really cool in this game. Just, you know. Paladins really look cool in this game. Is there a forge? No, wait. I already have a forge. Never mind. We must upgrade. We must get more gold. Oh, these graphics are really nice. The dead bodies are very detailed. Yeah, right? And you can actually have bones sticking out of them when they die. Yeah. And you have the body slowly decompose because that is something to do with, you know, a spell. So there you go. So yeah, the bodies decompose and you can revive them with the Dead Knight, which also is an interesting thing within the lore, because the Death Knights were the wizards, the necrolytes or whatever from Warcraft 1, but Gul'dan again thought that they were too powerful and killed them all and revived them as Death Knights from Warcraft 2. It's all actually pretty interesting backstory that happened between Warcraft 1 and Warcraft 2. Very, very nice stuff. Very nice stuff. Very cool. Very interesting.
Work complete.
Well, that makes sense. That's why the bodies decompose, for they can be revived. Yeah. I told you, Blizzard used to be such a good company. Blizzard used to be one of the best companies when it comes to games. The best. It is so disappointing to see Blizzard become so bad now. Blizzard that made Overwatch 2 with the promise of PvE, only to axe the PvE. You know?
Work complete. We're being attacked.
Actually, this Ogre Magi that we're going to make has one of the best spells in the game. I'm gonna show you one. We're gonna build a Ogre Mound right here, which has the nicest sound effect in the game.
Ready to work. Work complete. command, Master.
Zogdog.
Zugzug.
Eatdog.
Work complete.
Listen to this. This is so funny. Oh my god. This is just funny. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. Fortress. This is fun. Yeah, admit it. It's funny.
Yes, Captain.
Zogdog.
Zugzug. Zugzug. Work complete.
So what do you think of the sound?
Zogdog.
Build Altar of Storms. Boom. We'll get the...
We're being attacked. Zugzug. Loktar. Work complete. Loktar.
Zogdog.
Zugzug.
This game is so nice. Look at this. It looks like a face. It resembles the evil castle of the Witch of the West. Or was it East? The one from The Wizard of Oz. You know?
Work complete. Dabu.
Upgrade to Ogre Mages.
Work complete. Loktar. Dabu.
Master? All right.
Lord Oromu. Gun building ship.
Here I am.
Work complete.
Master? Ready, Master. I'm not yes, Master.
Work complete.
This is one of the best spells in the game, Bloodlust.
Gun building ship.
Look at this. Eye of Kilrog.
Yes.
This is the best scouting spell. Look at this. Look what will happen now. Are you seeing this?
What?
And use this to scout the map really quickly.
Yes, master. Yes, master.
This is the island when we will get more gold.
We're ready, master. Right away.
Okay. I think million steps ahead. I think like million steps ahead. Do you not agree with me? Oh, yeah. Since Landy is about to steal, man.
Work complete. Zug zug. Done building ship. You're the captain. You're the captain. You're the captain. You're the captain. Aye, matey. Oh, I would love to. I would love to. Zug zug. Zug zug. Zug zug.
We're getting more money. We're actually getting more money, everyone.
Ready to work.
I think too many people are on the gold.
Zug zug. Loktar. Loktar. Swovu. Loktar. Zog dog. Loktar. Work complete. Zug zug. Loktar. Swovu. Zug zug.
Wick is a free speech absolutist. Time for me to jump in fix it. Maybe I should sing. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Nobody would want to hear me sing. Now that would be a tragedy. Oh my god, so little money. Okay, we need...
What is it? Yes, Master. What is it? Right away.
Ready to work.
What? Right away.
Complete.
Oh my god. Oh gosh. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Oof. Oof. Jesus.
Work complete.
Jesus.
Work complete. Squabble. Zug.
So what now? What's gonna happen now? Wait, that's it? He just ended the stream? What? I didn't even have a time to message him. Sneaky person. Well, whatever. Maybe people will migrate from this stream to me or something.
Ready, Master.
Oh my gosh. I'm gonna have to go to the toilet soon
Done building
or
ship.
something. I have no choice in the matter.
Arg.
Arg. What's happening? Oh well. I'm gonna go to the toilet now, and I expect a ton of people to be in the audience when I'm back, okay? I expect Oh wait, I actually forgot something. I expect 3 million people to be here. One moment, please. I'll be back. I'm back. Where is everyone? Where are all of the viewers? Where are all of the viewers? Where is it? Okay, now I can. Now that the stream is over on President Sunday's site, I can actually now advertise that I'm on or something. Alright, I'm gonna also boom it in here. Oh my gosh. Wait, really? Hold on. I gotta check something now. Hold on, I gotta check something now. Oh gosh. Hold on. Oh wow. Oh wow. We should actually cover the debate soon. Okay. What the? Okay. Alright. We're done. My gosh. You're getting this. We're getting more money. Wait. Okay, we're getting it. Should get all the upgrades. Should get bloodlust for sure.
Done building ship. I'm 18. I would
Here.
love to.
More farms. More farms. We need to build more farms, don't we? Yeah, I'm gonna get music on your level. Boom. Here we go. In a bit, we're gonna move on to cover the debate. Gonna cover the debate.
Work complete.
There was another person that actually has. Oh.
Yes, master. Right away. Yes, master.
We're being attacked.
Yes, master. Yes, master.
Work complete.
Yes, master.
There we go. Wrecked. Nom, 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 nom. Okay.
Zog-dog. Zog-zog.
Need one more barracks.
We're ready, Master.
When they are not the Magi, it's like, we're ready, Master. I'm not ready. Not ready. Not ready.
What?
Work complete. Work complete. Work complete. Arg, you're the captain. Yes,
We're ready,
Captain.
Master.
Arg. Yes, Captain. Ahoy. I would ahoy. Arg. Done building ship.
What am I supposed to do? Oh. I think here.
Work complete.
Okay, I get it. Okay.
Yes, Captain. Ahoy. You're the captain.
We're ready, Master.
Work complete. Zug zug. Swobo, eat dog. Swobo.
Okay, we're gonna do it.
Done building ship. Yes, Captain. I would love to.
Well, now it's going well. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna show you something fun. There's a cheat that unlocks a secret music track. Look, you type in disco
We're ready, Master.
and wait, look at what happens when I type in disco. Look. See?
Work complete.
Secret track. A secret track.
I'm a medieval man.
I wonder if I'm gonna get the ranking of cheater.
No troll here.
We're ready, Master.
Lord Oak.
Such fun music.
Work complete. Zug zug.
Why you keep touching me? I know it's pretty fun.
We're ready, Master.
The secret track. You have to type in disco.
No troll here.
In the age of chaos. In the age of chaos. In the age of chaos, two factions battle for dominance. In the age of
Work
chaos.
complete.
Chaos.
Work
In
complete.
the age of chaos, two factions
We're ready,
battle for
Master.
dominance.
I actually never discovered this as a child, I think.
Welcome to the world of Warcraft.
What?
Welcome to the world of Warcraft.
We're
It will just repeat now.
No troll here.
Once we've opened this, it will just repeat. So we will have to beat the level on this music.
ship.
I'm a medieval man.
Aye, matey. Ahoy.
We've got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
We're ready, Master.
What do you want?
What do you want? Why do you keep touching me?
Let's get a sixth one.
What do you want?
Eat dog.
Keep touching me.
Sunzug. Dog. Neutral. Sunzug.
We're gonna finish this level quick.
What is it? Right away.
Done
We're
building
ready,
ship.
Master.
This is my favorite spell, by the way, this floating eye. You can just use to scout. Okay, we're gonna attack from here.
Being attacked.
In the age of chaos. In the age of chaos. In the age of chaos. Two factions
Work
battle
complete.
for dominance.
Work
In
complete.
the age of chaos. In the age of chaos. In the age of chaos. Two factions battle for dominance.
Aye, matey. I would love to. We're being attacked. Yes, Captain. Ahoy. Yes, Captain. You're the captain.
World of Warcraft.
Work complete. Yes, Captain. You're the captain. Yes, Captain. Yes, Captain. You're the captain.
Okay, we're gonna get into this bait soon. And more people get in. I hope more people will get in. That is my hope. That is my hope, that more people will get in. My big hope and dream. Hold on, where?
Yes, Master. Of course, Master.
Neutral. Done building ship.
Right away, yes, Master. We're ready, Master.
Oh,
Work complete. Dog. Sunzug.
Yes.
okay, let's just go.
What is it? Of course. What? Yes, Master. What is it? Right away. Ready, Master. Yes, Master. Right away. What is it? Of course. What? Of course. What is right away.
Arg.
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 What is it? Yes, Master. What is it? Yes, Master.
Yes, Captain. Aye, matey.
We're gonna fill in the ships.
Yes, Master. What is it? Yes, Master.
Welcome
Yes,
to the
Master.
world of Warcraft.
Aye, matey.
What is it?
Yes, Captain. Yes, Captain. Aye, matey. Arg.
What you want me to? You call me? You the boss.
Aye,
What
matey.
you want me to? You the boss.
Work complete.
I'm a medieval man.
Alright, we've got enough to finish this level.
I'm a medieval man.
Might as well save and make an attempt. Let's do this.
Control here.
Done building ship. Arg. I would love to. Ahoy, Captain.
We're ready,
You're the
Master.
captain. I would the captain. You're the captain. You're the captain. You're the captain.
There. You keep touching me. Why do you keep touching me?
Arg. You're the captain. Ahoy! Ahoy! Work complete. We're being attacked. Aye, matey. I would love to. Arg. Yes, captain. You're the captain. Yes, captain. Ahoy! I would love to. Aye, matey. Ahoy! You're the captain. Yes, captain. Arg. I would love to. I would love to.
Okay, we got it.
Yes, captain. I would love
We
to.
got it now.
I would love to. Arg. I would love to.
Or do we? We've got it. Okay, let's go.
We're being attacked. Yes, captain.
We can just win now.
You're the captain.
Let's go.
You're the captain. I would love to.
Whew!
Yes, captain.
Submarines.
Yes, captain. Arg. I would love to. Arg. You're the captain. Yes, captain. We're being attacked.
Yes, Master. Gosh, those towers are tough. But it's okay, we're winning. We've got this.
Yes, Master. Yes, Master. Right away. What? Of course. Okay. I'm the boss.
Welcome to the world of Warcraft.
What? Right away. Right away. Of course. Of course. Of course.
There we go. So what am I supposed to do? Fortress and a shipyard on the island and the Mount of Tears Bay. So here. I think I'm supposed to do it here where the Circle of Power is.
I'm a medieval man.
We'll see.
Yes, captain. I would love to. Oh, I would love to. I would love to. Don't box. Yes, captain. Aye, matey.
Oh,
Ahoy. Yes, captain.
I haven't actually used all of my forces.
Yes, yes, Master.
All right, okay.
We're being attacked.
Of course. Of course.
Yes, captain. Ahoy. Aye, matey. Ahoy. Itok. Sanjabu.
So I'm supposed to build a fortress here, I think. Let's go. Fortress. And a shipyard. Almost done. We're almost done.
You got me? All right, okay. All right.
Age of Chaos.
Yes. You got it right. I'm the boss. What is it? Yes. Yes, Master. Of course. Yes, Master. Yes, Master.
We're being attacked!
Welcome to the world of Warcraft.
This thing can be attacked. Okay.
Work complete. Huh?
Okay, let's go. Shipyard.
Swobo.
I think this is where I'm supposed to build it.
Zug. Swobo. Swobo. Ready to work.
It would probably, the track would probably get quite,
Dabu.
tiresome if it would be the only track that would just repeat and again and again, but you know. I tell everybody everything, you know. I add everyone on the Discord, you know. I add everyone at the Discord. You know, you didn't see the ad on the Discord? That is worrying that people don't see the ad at the Discord.
Ready to work.
Because that tells me that
Swobo.
my primary way of alerting people to streams is not working. Oh. Actually, I don't know. A lot of people don't see those ads. That is strange. Did you hit the bell? Do you have the bell? You know, the bell thing selected? Okay. Once we build the fortress, we will see if I actually win or not.
In the age of chaos, two factions.
But don't worry, you have not... You've actually not missed the main event, which is me covering a debate between Dylan and another pro-Russian show. More pro-Russian shows, yay.
Would you want to kill?
Would you wanna kill? Ow, 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 yow. Look, Christmas trees on this building. Actually, I might as well.
I'm a medieval man.
Uh-oh. Need more lumber.
I'm a medieval man.
Oh, you do? YouTube is so weird. You know? I swear, YouTube is the weirdest thing ever. I'm annoyed by YouTube, actually. I've been fluctuating with the subscriptions as well. I keep gaining and losing 2 subscribers.
Hi, matey.
You know?
You're the captain.
So I'm stuck at the 727. Well, I also keep dropping to 725. I don't know what's happening.
Lord Dabu. Zug.
Are 2 people actually unsubscribing every day? And more or less 2 people at the same time also subscribing every day? Oh my gosh. You know?
In the age of chaos. In the
You know what I mean? Lucy, what if I turn out to be a secret transphobe? Would you be weirded out, confused, or heartbroken? Heartbroken. Heartbroken.
age of chaos, two factions.
I will be heartbroken. I get easily heartbroken. So I guess yeah, the reaction would be heartbroken, since that's one of my default reactions to sad things happening. I've been having a lot of nightmares lately, once again. Once again, I've been having a lot of nightmares. Oh no. I think so. I do believe so. I would be sad probably. Maybe, but I'm strange when it comes to things. You know? Just a viewer. Maybe. Maybe. I mean, viewers are sort of like, you get this abstraction because,
Yes, master, right away.
you know, you don't meet the people, viewers face to face, but behind the keyboards and the screens, it's still people. Oh, if you press enter and type disco into the chat, you get a secret track in Warcraft 2. You can unlock a secret track in Warcraft 2. So did I win? I win. Okay. So yeah, this is a secret track. I don't have a keyboard right now. Check your priv. Well, the touchpads, the phone. Didn't you say you had a laptop? Yeah, it's a cheat. Rank cheater. Oh, I didn't cheat. I just used the secret music. Oh my god, my rank is cheater because I... Oh, come on.
Stratholm, the chief source of Alliance oil in the north, is preparing to deliver massive amounts of oil to the kingdoms in western Lordaeron. You must sabotage their refineries and platforms to halt this shipment. Once Stratholm's ability to gather and process oil is destroyed, proceed to crush any and all resistance offered by the Alliance.
Cheater. Oh my god. Did you see that? I'm a cheater now because I entered the disco. I mean, it counts as a cheat, but... What am I supposed to do? Oh. I think Stratholm is actually a place in World of Warcraft. I didn't cheat. I just listened to a secret track. Oh my gosh. Okay, you know what? We're just gonna jump into the debate now. It's time. The game has branded me a cheater. Dear God. Can you believe this? The game has branded me a cheater. Okay, let's get this show on the road. Where's the Tashimlechko? You're what you eat. Do you mean cheating? I eat cheating? It's time you stop cheating. I guess so. What is this? What is this? Okay. Dylan Burns. Let's see. There's a new debate. A new debate Dylan has had. Zelensky versus Assad. Debating Ukraine winning in war crimes with liberal streamer. I'm really important. I have no idea who this is, by the way. I mean, the title of the video is debating, so even if you don't feel like you're debating, I guess at some point it's just gonna be a debate, right?
cringe. Ukraine deserves every inch of their land. There you go. I've said it. I've said it. And I'm from the quote-unquote outside. You can hear it. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to. My gosh. I know why you cannot hear it. It's because I'm not very smart. There we go.
Feel that I am or anything. I'm asking these
No, I don't.
questions. Look, fair enough. The only reason I ask you these questions isn't because to debate you or anything, and I don't think you feel that I am or
The
anything.
video is
I'm
called a
asking these
debate.
questions because you are able to provide a realistic perspective as somebody
It
who's
does.
there and
It
somebody
does.
who is talking.
It's not a
to
hot
people there.
take,
You're
it's
not some
reality.
Soy, take it all back. Yeah, we want it all back. You know,
Jesus.
somebody on the outside who's like, the Ukraine deserves every inch of their land. Do you mind if I ask just like?
Ukraine deserves every inch of their land. There you go. I am from the quote-unquote outside. Ukraine deserves every inch of their land. There you go. You've heard it here. Heard it here
An update
first.
on your situation and stuff before we get into any stories, just like
Sure.
are you enjoying what you're doing? I see you're back in Ukraine now. You
Yep.
got your own place still. What do you say where you are? What city? What area?
I mean, I say what area. Sometimes I'll say what city if it's a big city. Sometimes it's a smaller city though, and I can't really say. But I'm in the I'm
You enjoying yourself,
I'm in
Dylan?
the Kiev countryside. But I'll go. I'm either in the city of Kiev usually, or I'm in the Kiev countryside when I'm not.
You enjoying yourself, Dylan?
It's a military formation, an aid delivery,
Enjoying yourself?
emergency services personnel. I just got back about a week ago. It was last weekend. I just
Okay,
got back
bon
from
appetit.
filming for a month and living with emergency service deminers who were demining territory that was occupied by the Russians in the Kharkiv Oblast. I was specifically filming a lot of demining around Balaklia. The Russians put a lot of anti-tank and anti-personnel mines near this location, and civilians were dying.
I would love to talk about
Killed
this
by
with Dylan, by
personnel
the way.
mines and tank mines, and their vehicles were running over these mines, and they were getting killed. And so the deminers were sent out not only to clear the area and make it safe for civilians and make passageways and clearly marked which areas are mined, but also to help restore power, because a lot of these mines were placed along where the power lines are, and one of the main priorities for the government is
Of
restoring
course.
civilian power.
Of
And so I
course.
filmed with them and lived with them for about a month. I originally was just going to do it for a week, but after finding out how bad the problem is, which Ukraine is probably going to be having to clear mines for the next 70 to 100 years, it motivated me to stay there a little bit longer, because there's not really any English-speaking content talking about emergency service workers and the demining work they did. And it's dangerous work. In the time that I was with them, we lost like 3 deminers. I think 2 were military sappers. And I think I think it might have been 4, and 2 were emergency service personnel. We had a bunch of injuries. Some people were like made deaf because of the booby traps left behind by the Russians, where they booby trapped mines so that when deminers disabled them, they would explode. And that was just in our area.
Jesus.
That's not even the
Russia.
of the oblast. That was just near the
Russia.
small city that we were operating out of. Across the
Jesus
whole country,
Christ.
I mean, I think it was the next week after we had those losses, 6 emergency service workers were shelled and killed by the Russians as they were demining civilian areas in the Kherson Oblast. So it's incredibly dangerous work, but it doesn't get much attention because it doesn't do well in the search algorithm.
All right.
Yeah, I was about to say it's like a thankless job. Very dangerous. They're right on the front lines. They're risking not only
But it's
death,
very
maiming
important.
themselves,
Someone
maybe
has
messing
to
around
do
with
it,
explosives.
literally.
But I'm sure the locals are like thrilled to see them and happy to have them come through. But that's crazy to hear you say that it's like 70 years of work. I mean, I'm sure.
Well,
like, little kids will find mines and die for years.
that is a low estimate. It's 70 to 100 years.
Wow.
70 was if the war
Yeah.
stopped
How
4 months ago.
how do the Russians have so much time to just plant all these mines everywhere? Like, is it like a full-time job to go out and put these things out there?
A lot
Jesus.
of I've seen a lot of this area, a lot of the areas that are mined kind of graphed out by drones. There's a lot of innovative technology that's being used by deminers. One of the biggest tools that I saw them using that past deminers haven't been using is drones. And I saw as these drones, and this I can't talk too much about who was doing it because it was with an NGO that has a no visibility contract. But I saw these drones going above these farmers' fields and taking pictures close to the ground of the entire field. It would
I
come
think he
back
was
with a
asking
high-profile image, and then they
how
identify
do
by
Russians
looking at this high-resolution
have
image
so
from above
so
where
much
the
time to do this.
abnormalities in the ground were for, oh, there's a mine, there's a mine, there's a mine, and they could find like 180, 200 mines at a very quick period of time, much more efficient than if they were doing it just with their eyes, just with the usual human component that we know about from, for example, the war on terror. Extremely useful, and that helps them a lot. And those types of innovations could like shave down the amount of years that they're doing this. If they
See when it will
integrate that
become a
and,
debate.
you know, make it throughout the entire
Will this person just
military,
go
but
to the
they need to
usual talking
standardize a lot of this
point?
stuff. But
Let's
the
see.
standardization procedure in Ukraine is extremely bureaucratic, where a lot of these chiefs are telling them, look, you can do this unofficially, but if we were to do this officially, it would take about a year to maybe 2 years to integrate it. And so they don't get funds for a lot of this equipment that they need that is extremely effective and can save their lives and protect them in many instances through official channels because it's not standardized. And so they have to go out of official channels. And that's where people like me and others come in, where we try to do fundraisers and help them raise money for that type of equipment outside of the like official like government channels, since they can't do it through those. It's a huge issue. But man, it's dangerous work though, man. I really feel for these guys. 70 to 100 years is not an exaggeration.
Yeah, I
And a lot
believe
of these
that.
guys only get like from what I heard, from what I've been told from my conversations, most of these guys before the war they got like 6 months of training, which already was not a terribly long amount of training. Now they get about a month. So they're also being sent out to the field to do extremely dangerous work through what is basically a month-long crash course in what used to be done in 6 months.
Damn. So here's my thing. I guess we can like segue into talking about Ukraine if you want, just like the
This is
latest
going
news
to be
and
the
so on.
debate part.
And I'm more curious, like your thoughts. You follow this way more closely than me, but basically, it seems like the thought is that the Ukrainians have this year to get something done, and then the whole world's going to move on unless they do something dramatic. Though I am impressed by even them freeing up the supply line or their escape route in Bakhmut with the video footage they released. That got a lot of people fired up. So it's not like they have to take all of Crimea back to keep the world's attention. But is that kind of the consensus in Ukraine, that like, hey, we got to really do something big this year? The whole world's going to move
I don't
on? Like,
think so.
what do you think?
So the consensus is that if they were to wait too long, that the West's political will to support them could start to falter if, it isn't shown clearly that Ukraine could continue to use the weapons that we're giving them effectively. If these democratic leaders are going to turn to civilian populations and say, yes, we should continue to send them weapons, if we're not seeing those weapons utilized effectively to retake territory, then some people might start to look at it kind of like a lost cause. And it isn't very difficult for the Russians to argue, well, of course it's a lost cause. We're the Russians. And even though a lot of that just comes from the specter of like how Russia has formed how the government looks on the world stage to make them look ultra powerful, when obviously they've never been in a more vulnerable position geopolitically than they are right now since the Soviet Union.
Since the collapse of the Soviet Union, I agree. But historically, there has been a very embarrassing war that has shown Russia to be a very brittle empire. And the war that I'm referring to is, of course, the Japan-Russia war before World War I.
I do think that there is a lot of concern from the Ukrainians that if they don't deliver something this year, that a lot of that support in the West could falter. Definitely with elections in the United States right around the corner, and this is going to probably be a hot button political issue, with Trump seeming to signal, in my opinion, that he's willing to abandon Ukraine if need be to just, get this whole quote unquote like mess over with. He's willing to sell out Ukrainian territory. He said on multiple
Trump is
shows,
the
like
worst.
Sean Hannity, he's perfectly willing to give territory. He even said he'd be willing to give territory before the invasion happened, just in order to see if they could stop it. Meaning that giving them concessions with nothing in return, even without the use of force.
It
just like
sort of has, yeah.
outside of that. And so it's going to become a hyper-politicized issues. Now, I think some people think that
Like-
what that means is the Ukrainians got one shot, you know, and
Before World War One, all of the countries feared Russia, because it was like an empire. But then Russia got humiliated by Japan, and it turned out that Russia was not very modernized, that Russia had a lot of blind spots. It was a big mess, you know? And now we're kind of seeing a similar situation play out with the war with Ukraine.
they got to be like Eminem. They got to go in there and for the third or fourth time in the world, they got to like shock the world and come out and release another hit album of the Russians getting slammed into the wall. I don't think that's necessarily the case. The Ukrainians are not going to win the war this year. The odds are heavily against that.
Yeah.
Neither are the Russians. It is
The war is going to be
use this
prolonged.
coming counteroffensive in order to garner more momentum, liberate more territory, and build more political consensus to support the war, because it's been shown that the more victories the Ukrainian has, the more support for aid for Ukraine in the West spikes. But enough aid has already been committed by the West that even if they were to launch a counteroffensive and completely just crash it into the ground in the worst way imaginable, that's not an extremely likely scenario, but let's say that did happen, they would still have enough already promised and committed Western aid that they would still be able to engage in other operations come 2024, especially now that we've seen the Germans commit another 2.7.
I think Poland is pretty committed to just keep helping no matter what.
Very useful.
At least I
Stuff.
believe
Come a long
so.
way From the 2,000
I believe
helmets at
so.
the start of the war, and the United States government had a little oops.
Then again,
a little
Poland's
coding error. I guess
capability is not that big.
you know, erased a circle here, erased a circle there over at the Pentagon, and they found out that they actually underevaluated the aid that they gave to Ukraine so far by about $3 billion, meaning that they have $3 billion to spare to give to the Ukrainians. That doesn't need to be congressionally approved. That Biden can just send whenever.
But okay, I understand that. So it sounds like you're saying they have enough equipment, enough stuff already allocated to get them through 2024. But it does seem like Russia.
Well, I'm not saying they have enough to get it through 2024. I'm just saying that some people seem to think that they got one shot and it's over. But even if we just count current commitments, which I still don't think is enough, that seems to indicate that the Ukrainians have a lot more fight in them than just one more shot.
Of course. Yeah.
It doesn't need to be a Hail Mary throw.
Right. Of course.
Well, and I guess that's my question. Like, what will suffice in order to keep the Western world's attention? I imagine no other big conflict's going to come up that's going to overshadow this. But as time goes on, people get distracted. They move on. We're going to have a big presidential election here in America. That's going to take a lot of attention. I don't think Ukraine's going to be the #1 issue. I hate to say that, but it's going to be much lower on the list. So I guess I'm just kind of curious, like
Poland will just keep talking about it. I am confident about
what
that.
are you hearing? Like, what is the vibe when it comes to what Ukraine can actually do with this counteroffensive? Like,
Is it geographic isolation a factor?
What do they expect to happen here?
The government is now starting to emphasize that
No.
expectations, because there's some people
If you're referring to the period before World War One,
can collapse at any moment, which
then it's not it's like it's about them not really modernizing. Russia does have a lot of resources, natural resources, and a lot of stuff like that. Especially back then, it was a huge empire. So I guess you could say it was mismanagement. It was bad management of the country back then.
even though we see, for example, counteroffensives on the flanks around Bakhmut, we see the Russians cave in quite easily, even with just the local troops committing a localized counteroffensive, liberating
Lack of sort of
20 square kilometers
modernization.
territory that took the They did it in like a week. What took the Russians months to capture? That's impressive, right? But that's not enough to basically say, "Oh, okay, the fight's over." I was interviewing somebody who was fighting in Bakhmut recently, who's been fighting in Bakhmut for months against Wagner, and he tells me that a lot of the images that are pumped out are for the civilians. A lot of the idea of like, oh, victory is inevitable. It's for the civilians. It's to keep the morale up, and the war is very much far from won. What I think,
of course,
are looking to expect depends upon where you think the counteroffensive is going to happen and when it's going to happen. Some people, me included, think it's probably going to happen in Zaporozhye. That's where most analysts seem to be pointing towards, and I seem to agree with them. It would make the most sense for them to attack from the city of Zaporozhye in order to cut the land bridge that the Russians have established from Crimea to Mariupol and to the rest of Russian occupied territory. It means they could liberate Meteopol, which is a supply hub for the Russians, which could really disrupt Russian supply lines. It would mean that they could liberate not only the Zaporozhye Oblast outside of Mariupol, which they would be another step to liberating Mariupol, but also the entirety of the Kherson Oblast would most likely be
Zaporozhye, the historical land of the Cossacks.
which is going to be a major target for this. And the Russians have been expecting for this outcome. They have been digging trenches. They have been putting up tank traps. They have been...
It's not a debate so far, though. They're not really debating so
There
far.
have been some comments from some Russian military bloggers that the quality of these...
It's just this person getting
defenses
educated thus far.
Which is a Russian neo-Nazi militia that the Russians have deployed in that area, which... would be a shocking statement if we didn't already see the obvious hypocrisy in the Russian denazification operation. It would be a shocking statement for most Russians to hear Russian neo-Nazi militia, but that's what Rusich is. Them talking about how a lot of civilians, local civilians, are being recruited to build these entrenchments, to build these offensive positions, and they're just building them as untrained civilians. They don't know how to build a bunker. They just take like a wood plank, and that's the top of the bunker. Congratulations, a simple shell will kill you now. That won't work in defending you. That won't work in protecting you. So exactly how strong the defenses in Zaporozhye are, we won't know until the counteroffensive is underway. We also don't know how well the Ukrainians are necessarily going to be able to utilize Western equipment. Is it going to be like the HIMARS, where they've utilized it very well and they're well trained on it and they know what they're doing? What is the quality of these troops that have been trained in large part, in many instances, by Western countries?
I think some troops train in Poland as well.
Like the other troops in Ukrainian military, or are they going to be to an even higher standard? We won't know until it happens. But the general idea from most analysts seem to be is Zaporozhye in the direction of Meteopol trying to cut the land bridge. Some people have talked about a counteroffensive around Bakhmut. I don't think that's going to happen. Some people have talked about another counteroffensive around the Kharkov Oblast and Luhansk. I don't think that's going to happen. Russian propaganda has talked about an offensive into Belarus. That's just bullshit.
True.
I generally think it's going to be around Zaporozhye. Some people say crossing the Dnieper River. I think that's extremely risky. I know that they've deployed some recon teams that way, but most analysts think Zaporozhye. Can we say that for sure? No, but that seems to be the Russian plan. And that's what we should generally, I think, be looking towards or somewhat expecting. But again, it could be that they're just trying to juke us out and they're going to attack somewhere else. It's all still up in the air. Ukraine has been very tight-lipped about this for good reason.
True. For very good reason.
Interesting. I don't know what that translates into as far as like what we see over here in videos and stuff, but imagine saying that the land bridge has been taken away would be a big deal.
If they were able to take away the land bridge this year, that would be an incredible achievement, and that would certainly boost support for aid to Ukraine in the West, as they would be seeing the Western trained divisions pushing back the Russians with Western equipment. There would be no better symbol of the West pushing them back. On the other hand, if this counteroffensive fails and the images we get, now we're going to get these images no matter what, and the Russians are going to push them no matter what, because anytime you deploy a type of tank, eventually those tanks are going to blow up. We're going to see Western provided Leopard tanks blown up. Eventually we might see an Abrams blown up. We're going to see a bunch of Western equipment blown up. And if those images are shared by the Russians and they take the land bridge, then I think the overwhelming propaganda victory, overwhelming morale victory is going to be with the Ukrainians. But if they lose, on top of losing, we're going to see these burnt out husks of Western equipment. That could make a lot of people start pointing out images saying that's $1 million. That's $50 million. Like
hello, welcome back. A bridge between
where a Patriot system was damaged. Now it was quickly repaired afterwards, and now it's back in service. It's fully operational again, and has been saving lives in the Kiev Oblast. Sending the Patriots to Ukraine was a fantastic thing to do from the Biden administration. They should send more Patriots to Ukraine. But the Russians tried to say that they destroyed it. And then I saw people like Max Blumenthal and others going on Twitter saying $1.1 billion wasted. They destroyed two Patriot missile systems, 2 Patriot air defense systems. And those dollar signs on how much aid is being quote unquote wasted could have a very negative effect on how aid for Ukraine is viewed, definitely as Americans are dealing with high inflation, Americans are dealing with other economic issues.
The whole world is
that are
dealing
making
with
it
high
difficult for them
inflation, by the way,
at the pocketbook,
including
even
Poland,
if it's
especially
still
Poland, since
obviously an improvement from
the far-right government is
the
really
Trump administration.
exasperating
That
the
the dollar amount may not matter as much. It's just the imagery of American equipment blown up. That's not going to look good, and that's going to piss off America. It just kind of makes us look a little weak. But I would say too, I think the Patriot system, even though it was damaged, the fact that we shot down the hypersonic missiles, that
Multiple.
was a huge
We
boost.
shot down a lot of them too. It
Yeah.
wasn't like one
We
or two.
like that, I think strikes fear in the heart of our adversaries, because everybody's like, oh, we're vulnerable now, we don't have any defense. Well, it turns out we do, and we got to prove it on the battlefield thanks to the Ukrainians.
I know that there were some commentators saying that the Patriots before they were sent were garbage, but as somebody in the Kiev Oblast, like they're like everybody that is near them or have seen them like go into some work or have heard about how they performed, it's all positive responses about how many missiles they've shot down and how effective they have been in controlling Ukrainian airspace. So I have nothing but positive things to say about how the Patriot has performed so far in Ukraine. Obviously that might change, but so far it's performed quite well.
Has the success of the Patriot system changed the way people live their lives? Because a few missiles still got through and were pretty damaging. So like, does it not change anything, or they're like, well, we're pretty safe?
Well, it's safer. It's safer now than what it was like before. And the more air defense we send over, the more Patriots we send over, the safer it's going to be. Definitely, since because of the Russian air campaign last year, the Ukrainians were starting to.
Just tell me, why shouldn't we build a huge bridge between Japan and you should?
And the more Western
should.
anti-air defense systems we integrate in Ukraine,
Make it
the
happen.
easier it's going to be for them to
Build the
airspace.
bridge.
The harder it's going to be for the Russians to blow up their
Build
ammunition
bridges,
depots.
not
The harder
walls.
it's going to be for the Russians to blow up apartment blocks and grocery stores and any civilian centers. And so far it has gotten better. The Russians have countered by trying to use more of the hypersonic missiles, but now they're getting shot down. And I don't know if it's really changing how people are living their lives, but people certainly do feel safer because they are under this umbrella.
Fair enough. Yeah, I kind of think the U.S. wants this conflict to go on for years because it's a boondoggle for Russia, and they're going to be caught up, and they're going to have to use resources, and they can't go bother anyone else around the rest of the world, and it makes Putin look bad. He's a pariah. So what do you think about that?
I don't know if we want this conflict to go on for years. I think the American government would probably want it to end in Ukrainian victory as soon as possible.
I would think so as well.
I think this in large part has to do with how much it's costing the United States and the fact that support for this amongst the West is not necessarily going to hold up if we try to do this for 5 to 6 or 7 to 8 years. Who knows how long it could go.
Right.
So I do
Unfortunately.
think to end quicker, but I think that you could really smash the Russian military with also a quick Ukrainian victory if, for example, they trapped a lot of Russian soldiers and Russian equipment in Crimea. For example, the Kharkiv counteroffensive was extremely fast-paced. It came out of nowhere, and it largely happened because the Russian lineup there was too thin because they had redeployed so many soldiers south to fight in the Donbass in their offensive operations to try to capture the rest of it. And that counteroffensive happened very quickly. They captured a ton of Russian tanks, and they captured so many Russian tanks that Russia is technically the #1 tank supplier for the Ukrainian military, beating out Poland, which is the second largest tank supplier for the Ukrainian military. So that
Wait, hold on. Poland was mentioned.
Poland, which is the technically the #1 tank supplier for the Ukrainian military, beating out Russia is. They captured a ton of Russian tanks. And
My gosh.
they captured so many Russian tanks that Russia is technically the #1 tank supplier for the Ukrainian military, beating out Poland, which is the second largest tank supplier for the Ukrainian military. So that type of stuff is not only embarrassing for the Russian military, but losing
One thing I can praise Poland on.
does wear and
Supporting
tear the military
Ukraine.
more, as they have to rely on older systems that are more faulty, not as advanced, and more likely to fail because they've had to go through so much wear and tear. So there could be a quick Ukrainian victory that could damage the Russian military very much, while also giving the American weapons a very good image and meaning they could save more money, just generally. Because they don't.
Okay.
Because I think American officials understand that American support will not go forever. Definitely so soon after, for example, the war in Afghanistan and the war in Iraq, which have this image of the forever war.
what does a victory in Ukraine mean, though? Like, what does that look like?
As of right now, the American government position and the Ukrainian government position means there are no more Russian soldiers in all of Ukraine. Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporozhia, Kherson, and Crimea. That is
Liberated.
the main point of what
but
victory for the Ukrainians mean. The Ukrainians have also released a 10-point peace plan, which talks about, holding war criminals accountable and aid. But the number one sticking point for the vast majority of Ukrainians is always going to be liberating the entirety of their territory, so displaced people can return to their homes, and so the people currently living under a brutal and lawless occupation, as Wagner and other groups engage in racketeering and theft, rape, extrajudicial killings, that can be dealt with, that could be done away with, and they can return their territory.
But like, how realistic?
This is where the debate begins.
They're not going to give up these occupied areas that they had previously in the Donbass. They're not going to give up Crimea. And I've read that
They might be forced to.
it would be such a Pyrrhic victory for
They might
Ukraine
not
to
have
even
a
try to
choice.
take Crimea. So I mean, I'm not trying to give you a hard time. I'm just kind of curious, like, what is realistic? What is a realistic victory for Ukraine? Because if that's the bar, then it's never going to end. It's going to go for 20 years.
My image of this is painted by Ukrainian upset after Ukrainian upset after Ukrainian upset. Because I've watched this war from 2022 to now very closely day by day, both by being here and by being online. I didn't follow it as closely since 2014. I've been criticized for this. People tell me all the time, where were you in 2014? I was 13, most likely playing Minecraft. I'm very sorry. I'll try to tune in sooner next time.
True.
But every single time the Ukrainians have been underestimated, they have exceeded expectations. Originally, it was that the Ukrainians would collapse within 48 hours, within a week. They were being offered, Zelensky was being offered a ride out. We saw like Scott Ritter and many others saying this will be done very quickly. And then it wasn't done quickly. But then it was like, well, okay, well, they might be put up more of a fight than expected, but they'll still submit in a month or two. Before you knew it, they were pushed back from Kiev. And then they didn't take Kharkiv, which they were expected to take. They didn't take Odessa, which many people expected them to take. They didn't take Mykolaiv, which many people expected them to take. And then there was the Kharkiv counteroffensive, which was a shocking success, which showed that the Russians could be pushed back. And then there was the Kherson counteroffensive, which showed that it wasn't a fluke that the Russians could be pushed back. And at every single line, at every single point, people underestimated the Ukrainians and say, nah, there's no fucking way. No, there's no fucking way. You would think after 10 months of the Russians slamming their head into Bakhmut, the idea that the Ukrainians could even launch a counteroffensive with that much hell and destruction being unleashed upon them seems ridiculous, especially when they're doing it with their localized forces. They're not even redeploying like a ton of reserves or the newly trained units to do this. They're using what they already had to launch these.
Ukraine will only be truly free when the USSR truly falls. I have no idea what that means, but it sounds cool.
Kilometers of territory. So I'm not saying this to say the holy.
They're not really debating. Why is this called a debate?
Victory. Our victory is predetermined. I interviewed a Ukrainian priest recently that basically said God has a plan. Our victory will be, etc. Because very religious, very devoted to cause. I know a lot of people like that. But what I am saying is that there have been so many analysts that have underestimated the Ukrainians at every single point that I am not going to be those people again when we talk about our counteroffensive cutting off the Russians from Kherson and Zaporozhia. Because every single point leading up to the liberation of Crimea, they have kept walking closer and closer towards that goal. Originally, it was, taking Crimea back, ridiculous. They still got to save Kiev. Okay, well, they saved Kiev. But taking Crimea back, they haven't even showed that they can push back the Russians. Okay, they did it near Kharkiv. Okay, well, that was a fluke. Well, then they did it again near Kherson.
I didn't think people called it a fluke.
Zaporozhia. And then after that,
Holland does very different reporting on this.
Crimea. That they have a successful counteroffensive. They cut off the Russian land bridge, and the next step is liberation of Crimea. It's within striking distance now. And so again, I'm not saying that it's predetermined or it's destined, but a lot of people are saying that it's a pipe dream, that it's not possible, that the Ukrainians could never achieve this. And every single time,
not a pipe dream.
So far, they have been proven wrong.
It's not a pipe
and
dream.
now they're getting closer and closer to achieving that goal. So I'm just saying, don't discount it. The least the Ukrainians deserve is a chance to achieve their own liberation.
True, of course.
Sure. No, I listen, I would love to see it. I'm just trying to be realistic. The other thing that concerns me is
Realistic,
I
huh?
don't see any way for Ukraine to liberate all that territory without striking behind into Russia, because they're going to keep supply chains and they're going to have fuel depots and all that. And so I'm wondering, like, how much can the world accept and how much can Russia accept being attacked in their own country to try to, by Ukraine?
There was a report, and I didn't look at the entirety of the report. I've just been very busy. But there was a report about Zelensky's private conversations of how to navigate this war. And the picture that's painted in this report, and I think it's a good picture, by the way,
Okay.
is very different than the outward picture that Zelensky shows to the international community. And not in a bad way. It's in a way you would expect, considering that Ukrainians, for good reason, view this as a war of
Survival. Yeah.
a war for the future of their nation, if whether they will survive or not survive. And he talks about invading Russia proper, taking territory, and then using it to negotiate back Crimea and other locations. He's talking about blowing up pipelines in Hungary to stop Russian oil supply. He's talking about very aggressive tactics in order to liberate his
Good.
country. And look, if you were in his position,
Good.
Ukrainian people would expect that of you. Everybody in this country would expect that of you. When I say this to you, when I brought this up to a few Ukrainians, but after heard of it, all of them were like, good. I couldn't find a single.
Good. Of
They were like,
course.
"Oh, bad." We don't want him to think of every possible option towards.
I'm saying good. Of course.
I do think that the Ukrainians are viciously pursuing this goal, and I don't think them striking into Russian territory is going to be something
Excellent.
that makes them think twice about liberating the territory. Definitely, since most likely they've already struck within Russian territory, whether it is the derailing of railways or some other, whether it's a bombing here or cross-border raids with their helicopters and aircraft in Belgorod, or strikes within Belgorod and ammunition depots. They've already probably have done that. So I don't think that would necessarily, if it meant
It's
that
not
they
an
would break
easy
Crimea,
mission.
that would stop them from doing it.
I got you. I just I remember reading about Bakhmut and the Wagner group and wondering why are these soldiers just going to their death, like why not just run away or something? And I remember, and I started looking into it further, and they're more scared of retreating because there's like videos of soldiers having their heads beaten in with sledgehammers and stuff. And it's like, this is who your enemy is. And so you can't just be all nice and, oh, we'll chase them out of Ukraine. It's like, you're going to have to go into their territory. You're going to have to get real savage on them if you want them to stop, And so it kind of concerns me that the world's not ready to see that side of Ukraine, because that's the only thing that'll stop the Russians.
Of course, the Ukrainians obviously should follow the Geneva Convention. When we say savage, we mean they need to go out there. They need to start rolling the dice. They need to start.
Don't care. Russia invaded. They should have known that could mean attacks on their soil. True.
A Twitch term, maybe a
I agree.
for all you virgins out there, just like me. But the thing is, I think that this image of Zelensky, once they start approaching paths like that, if they do, who knows? I don't think it's going to undermine support for Ukraine really that much, if at all. The Daria Dugina assassination, which the American government seems to believe was done by the Ukrainian government, did not undermine American support for Ukraine.
Oh, for today. I'm testing if the new camera is
In Russian territory is gonna
making it
undermine
work
support
well.
for Ukraine. So I do think if it came down to it, they're going to pull the trigger. And I think honestly, I won't be angry at them when they do it. I think there was another question in there that I vaguely want to respond to. What was your point again? I'm very forgetful.
I think for the Ukrainians to win, they're going to have to beat on their neighbor a little bit and commit some crimes and stuff. I hate to say it, but like they're going to have to like really send a message in order to get Russia to back the hell off and make the civilians' lives inconvenient, shall we say?
I don't think they need to commit crimes in order to win.
I don't really think so
honestly,
either, but
that the way the Russians have defined the war, anytime Ukraine fights back, they try
yeah, I will be switching between the Avatar and myself.
like when
I
Hassan
think.
said that the strike on the Kerch Bridge,
Unless people
was a
really
legitimate
tell me
military
that
target. He said that it wasn't legitimate.
that
it
they
wasn't a
like
legitimate military target.
me being on camera a lot
Any
more.
military historian would define it as a legitimate military target. I think the Ukrainians can abide by the Geneva Convention and the laws of war if they're smart in how they operate. They didn't need to commit war crimes to conduct the Kharkiv counteroffensive. They didn't need to commit war crimes to conduct the Kherson counteroffensive or the counteroffensive in Kiev. That were all very successful. I think that they might have to involve bold strategies that might anger some of the international community, and they'll call escalation. Now, everybody's going to call the drone that blows up near the Kremlin, that maybe fringes a flag a little bit, damages a flag.
Everything Ukraine does is called escalation. Ukraine defending itself is called escalation.
But
So-
they're going to gasp and get angry and
like,
say, this
whatever.
is a horrible escalation. Even though there's been multiple assassination attempts on Zelensky that got not even 1/10 the amount of coverage. Even though that same day, in the 24 hours since that strike happened, the Russian government murdered 22 people in Kherson by striking a marketplace. And so,
Right.
if you're Ukrainian, that type of feigning, like, oh, escalation. What are they going to escalate to? What are they going to do when Ukraine takes part of Russia and says, look, we want to give this back to you, but you got to give us some Ukrainian territory back. You got to give us what's ours back. What are they going to do? What are they going to escalate to that they haven't already done in the war?
Yeah, fair enough. All I'm saying is that this enemy, Russia, it's not some sort of clean war. These are monsters, these Russians, and what they're doing, and it's kind of hard to do it in a clean way, like with white gloves on. That's all I'm saying.
Of course. I mean, I definitely understand that.
And
I remember what I
that-
wanted to
me,
say.
that means civilians being harmed in Russia in order to get them to stop. I don't know what else could stop Russia. Honestly, I don't see what could stop Russia. They have nothing to lose, and they have 20 years. They could just go forever.
Well, there's one problem with this logic. The Russian government doesn't really care about the Russian civilians all that much. Keep that in mind. Do you remember that infamous theater terrorist attack when the Russian government simply gassed the terrorists together with the audience? Do you remember that? I remember that. So the problem with this approach is that Russia doesn't really care about its citizens.
No matter if they lose their whole military, they have 140 million people. They just keep drafting people, and there's nothing that anyone can do.
I don't think they need to harm civilians in Russia, but I do think that the idea of occupying Russian territory and negotiating, trying to give that back to the Russians in exchange for something like that, that's something that you can justify morally and say that I understand why the Ukrainians would do it. I don't think the Russians would have Russian civilians die, the Russian government, and be like, wow, now that our civilians are dying, now we care. Now we have to stop the war. I don't think that's going to be the line for them.
I understand that, but when you say occupy, it sounds so sterile. Occupy means a hostile local population that doesn't want you there, and you're going to have to use some real strong tactics to keep that territory. It's going to turn into Iraq with our troops getting blown up every day on the road,
Well, it's hard to know exactly what the local environment would be, but if they had to occupy Russian territory, yeah, there probably would be some people who are saboteurs and that, and they would have to respond under the Geneva Convention. I just don't think that they need to, start getting rough with the civilian population. And here's one of the big reasons, not only on a personal principled level, but Ukraine, part of the reason it's in the fight is because it's very clearly in the moral correct position. The vast majority of the nations agree with Ukraine when it comes to UN votes.
Right.
If more and more videos surface or more evidence is brought forward that Ukraine is getting off of that moral road and they're engaged in extrajudicial killings, torture, the more of that is shown to the public, the more the public's going to be like, I don't want to give my bullets to this. I don't want to give our guns to this. We're giving guns to these guys who are executing, murdering, butchering, doing these types of activities. And then, in the long run, that could actually be more detrimental to Ukraine as a country. And that's why I'm not only an advocate out of my own personal, principled reasons, but I think that committing war crimes in the name of Ukraine could actually undermine Ukraine's security.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. Again, I'm not advocating for war crimes to be committed by Ukraine.
IRI,
I'm just saying,
once Zelensky to bomb the Donetsk children.
Yeah, let's gun down some civilians and send a real message. No, I'm just saying, I just don't see any other way for Ukraine to kick out every single Russian soldier and take back all their territory.
No, the problem is that the government does not really care about its citizens.
I mean, I think I don't. What war crime? Okay, here would be my question then. What war crime, especially, would specifically give the Ukrainians an advantage that would then enable them to push out the Russians, which before they were not enabled to do?
I mean, you'd have to like use weapons on the civilian population that in Russia, like to be like, the fight's here now, buddy. Look what you might want to come back here and help this area instead of trying to expand into mine. Like you literally cannot expand your offensive because you need to go be on defense now in your country.
I've seen how the civilian population in Ukraine reacted to Bucha and to other massacres. I feel like if anything, that could just redouble the public support in Russia for the war and make it even more difficult for any Russian government to announce a withdrawal from Ukraine.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not realistic, and I'm not even saying it would happen or anything. I'm just saying, like, I don't see another. The only other scenario I could see is if NATO allowed Ukraine to join and they were promised their protection, and that would kick, Russia would have to be gone. Well, but I don't know, man.
I think we got to see these counteroffensives play out near Metropole. Yeah. We'll see how it performs, and I think that could guide a path for the Ukrainians towards victory. And that would mean that
I didn't know
the next children
debated. Interesting. I do wonder as well. They're not really debating thus far.
I just look.
It's not really. I don't see it as
trying to say we want everything back. We're going to get every inch of our land, and they know that
sort of a debate, but not really.
Part with what was lost, not in the current war.
Sort of a debate, sort of a talk,
like Crimea and such.
That's just kind of most Ukrainians realistic. I talk to. It's so far that's not the the idea that I'm given. Most of them. Even if they don't think they're going to get it back in this war, many of them are under the idea that they're going to get it back eventually. This could be for any number of reasons. It could be because it's their home, that they used to live in Crimea. Therefore, it's impossible for them to accept a world where Crimea is not part of Ukraine. It might be for religious reasons. I know some of them who are Muslim and they're...
Well, those things get complicated, right? I mean... Lviv used to be part of Poland and used to be a majority Polish city, and Poland did have to accept Lviv not being a part of Poland, right? Yeah, the Crimean Tatars. Poland has Tatars as well, by the way. Tatars in Poland are the Muslim population of Poland.
Muslim Tatars, and they believe that they need to bring back Crimea to the fold. I know many who believe that it is. I know some religious people who believe it's the destiny for Crimea to be retaken. There's a lot of reasons why people will not accept it. Most of them being they don't want to abandon the people who are currently under occupied Crimea and those who have been displaced from Crimea to permanent Russian occupation. So but whether or not the majority of Ukrainians will accept that, sometimes reality has other, priorities.
Yeah, I mean,
be morally correct, and I do understand that, but I still would say we got to wait and check out this counteroffensive. We still got to wait and see what the Ukrainians got packing, and once we see that result, I think maybe we'll have a better idea of how this war is going to flesh out.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I'm totally with you 100%. When do you think the counteroffensive gets into full swing?
Oh, I mean, when I was in Zaporozhye, I was being told that, it's any day now. But then I was down there and it was rainy and I wasn't seeing any movement. And I didn't think it was going to be happening anytime soon, like in the immediate future soon. And it's been well over a month, almost 2 months, I think, since I was filming. And ever since then, it's just been counteroffensives any day now, any day now, any day now. But now we see Zelensky saying they might need more time. That could be a psyop where he's like, haha, I need more time. And then pocket sand, and then he just jumps Putin. Who knows? So I really can't say, and I won't predict. But it really is an any day now situation now. It could happen tomorrow. It could happen next month. But it's hard for me to imagine that that they're not going to launch a counteroffensive this year. Not that they necessarily need to, but for in large part the political reasons and the fact that they would like to build that momentum, I think they're going to.
Well, I think they have to do something here soon because the U.S. is going to be debating our government funding fiscal year starts October 1st, and Ukraine funding's going to be a part of those discussions as well.
Yeah, I do think that it's going to be a part of the discussions. I do think it's important for them to get victories, but
Pakistan
I also
attack,
think that
true.
a lot of the stuff that we've committed to send them
Damn.
has still yet to be sent.
I have to make a list of
Making sure
topics
that
for
we
Dylan,
utilize
by the
those
way.
$3 billion as soon as possible.
Maybe
to
we'll
Ukraine.
talk next
That
week,
was
maybe a week
counter-terror,
after that,
as well
we'll
as
see.
delivering what we've already
We'll
promised
see.
to send them is going to be the most we can do in the immediate
We are
term
gonna talk
to
though.
see Ukraine
That
through to
thing
victory.
seems to be
We're now seeing the Storm Shadow
certain.
missiles being sent over by the UK.
That part seems
That's
to
something
be
that's very
certain.
much going to help them. They needed those long-range missiles to disrupt Russian supply lines and to possibly take down the Kerch Bridge. The Russians are terrified that they're going to lose their one of their only two bridges in the Crimea, one being the land bridge that they could lose through counteroffensive, and two being the actual bridge that Putin built up during his administration, which can now be taken out by a Storm Shadow missile. That's another reason why a lot of Ukrainians are now starting to feel a little bit more hopeful about liberating Crimea. Because if you separate the land bridge and you celebrate the actual bridge, then there's nothing connecting Russia to Crimea anymore.
Yeah, but do the people of Crimea? I know that the poll that like 96% voted or whatever is bullshit, but like I have to imagine there's a pretty pro-Russia group of people there at this point.
Oh,
though
yeah.
I'm sure there's many people who don't like Russia. I mean, are they going to accept Ukrainian rule of Crimea at this point?
It's hard. I think it's good to keep it in perspective where if you were to talk about when the annexation happened and when they, held politicians at gunpoint and forced them to abolish the Crimean government, which was admitted to by Igor Girkin, former FSB agent, former defense minister for the Donetsk People Republic, was involved in shooting down of that civilian airliner, war criminal. He admitted on his war crime podcast that he held these people at gunpoint and made them abolish the government. At that point, if you count all the people who were displaced from that point on, if you count the people who are still there that are pro-Ukraine, it's hard for me to say that with that demographic makeup when the decision was made, the majority of them supported being part of Russia. I don't see any evidence for that. Since the annexation, a lot of settlers have come to Crimea, like 800,000 people. Purposely, the Russian government wanted this so that they can get their hands on it permanently and be like, look,
I mean, probably the Russian government just settled them in. That is what Russia does. That is how Lviv stopped being a majority Polish people. That is how Vilnius stopped being a majority Polish people city, Russia loves playing demographics with cities, so that is what Russia does.
the population supports us. I don't know if I think it's okay. In fact, I would say it's not okay for a government to take land, then get as many settlers on it as quickly as possible, while displacing hundreds of thousands of people who are of the alternative position and going out there and murdering and dumping into rivers like Tatar activists who take the opposition position. So it's impossible for us to really know what the feelings are like in Crimea, and it becomes more...
I mean, once again, it becomes a pretty difficult discussion considering that is how Lviv became not a Polish city, right? So,
difficult for the Russian position if you include displaced people in the conversation. So when it comes to the people who are there and have jumped over from Russia, obviously they are gonna not have they're not gonna be happy if the Ukrainians take it back. But they also decided to move to territory that's internationally recognized as Ukrainian shortly after a military conquest. If we decided,
but what if it's like an insurrection though, and it becomes like a huge problem for Ukraine?
I mean, that was the justification Russia used to send troops into the Donbass before. I don't know how it would become a big issue for Ukraine, because at this point, the Russians are scraping together whatever they can get. Like, what if it gets to the point where they're cut off from Russia? I mean, I think I don't know exactly what they could do to actually force the Ukrainian military out if they were to actually take over Crimea. It would probably be reduced to like car bombings.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, I would love to see Crimea reunited with Ukraine, of course. But my concern is, like you said, if there's a million of these Russians that are living there now who are just going to be like red ants that you stepped on their anthill and just become a pain in the ass for Ukraine, I wonder if it's like even worth taking back at this point. Sadly, it's been many years since it was annexed, and it's like it's kind of lost, you know.
I do think that there's a good reason to take it back. I still think that there's a good reason, not only because the people who have been displaced deserve to go back to their homes, not but also because the condition that the Crimean people are living under now is really bad. It's really bad that if you criticize the government, you can like just go to a prison and
Right.
maybe be disappeared and dumped in a river for advocating for your own autonomy. I do think that's bad. I mean, look at, for example, the only other alternative, if you talk about, for example, in Ukraine, is people like Gonzalo Lira, somebody actively advocating for their country to be bombed, covering up war crimes, gets a warning from the SBU before then being arrested like a year and a half later. That's very different than, hey, I think the Tartars should, have some political independence. Oh, now you're dead in a river, right? So I also think that when we talk about the conditions that the people living in Crimea have to deal with under Russian occupation, that's also a moral imperative for them to take it back. It's very hard for you to convince Ukraine we should abandon the hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians in Crimea that are still living under occupation, as well as abandon those who have been displaced by occupation to either A, being a displaced person forever, or B, being under a authoritarian regime which denies their own identity. That doesn't even to talk about the Tatar community.
I feel you. I just feel like it would be like California forcefully taking back Texas.
Or technically
You rednecks are
speaking,
now going to live under our libtard rule.
We gotta
and
remember
it's
though,
like these guys are going to be mad as hell.
We're talking about 9 years, right? If we were talking about like, I don't know, maybe like Israel, Palestine, and we're talking about like certain settlements that are like 95% Jewish, like 95% Israeli, 99% Israeli, like communities that have been there for like 60, 70 years. I think it would be a lot harder for me to have the position I have, even though I still believe that the West Bank settlements are illegal and need to be dealt with by the UN. Like they need to go in there and say these settlements should be removed. You need to stop demolishing Palestinian homes. This has been going on for 9 years, not 60, 70, 80, 90, right? So these are people who still have connections in their home countries that if they wanted to leave, they very much could leave. And I'm sure that many of them will be given the opportunity to stay if they accept Ukrainian law, the Ukrainian constitution, and living under Ukraine. And honestly, considering that the Russians went into Crimea and forced them all to forced everybody to be Russian. You have to be Russian or you're displaced or we'll murder you if you disagree with it. I don't think Ukraine coming back and saying you have to be Ukrainian is anything that we can like scoff at and be like, oh, it's not worth it. For them, it's worth the lives
it doesn't really feel like a debate though.
As in, it's worth helping the hundreds of thousands of people who have ties to Crimea. Not to mention, one last thing. I'm sorry to harp on this, but also Crimea could also be always used as a base of operations to terrorize Ukraine.
Because Crimea, technically speaking, is a place that
stop them from shipping their grain overseas.
historically belonged to the Tatars
Or being used as a
primarily, but most of them were,
attacks that murder civilians.
once again,
A national security reason.
most of the Tatars were exported, let's say, by Russia, because once again, Russia loves playing demographics. So of course, Russia disappeared most of the Tatars from Crimea. Yeah, so it doesn't really feel like a debate to me, to be honest.
To want to take back Crimea.
Look, fair enough. The only reason I ask you these questions isn't because to debate you or anything. And I don't think you feel that I am or anything. I'm asking these questions because you
Why is it called a debate then?
provide a
Oh
realistic
my god,
perspective as
clickbait.
somebody who's there and somebody who
Clickbait.
is talking to the people there. You're not some soy take it all back. Yeah, we want it all back. Somebody on the outside who's like, the Ukraine deserves every inch of their land.
Oh my gosh. Exactly, Vivotro. As a result of World War II, Lviv was depolonized mainly through Soviet-arranged population exchange in 1944-1946, but also due by early deportation to Siberia. Exactly. Lviv used to be a majority Polish city. That is why there was war between Poland and Ukraine between 1918 and 1920 to begin with. It's because most people in Lviv were Polish.
You know, you are a realist. You're there. You know what the people are saying. You know what's possible. So that's the only reason why I'm asking you this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I also understand that if the counteroffensive comes and it doesn't succeed, and they launch another counteroffensive and it doesn't succeed, and then the line gets stagnant, and you know, the deal has to be cracked. I am not of a position where they need to fight like a near death, like until the complete destruction of their state struggle for specifically Crimea to be liberated. If the Ukrainian people get to a point where they're like, look, we have bled too much, it's not worth it anymore. Ultimately, that's a decision that you leave up to them. And I do believe that nations and people have to be realistic about how the borders evolve over time, even if it's immorally how the borders evolve over time. But I guess my main point is, let's not cut out. Let's
That's
not
right.
tap out
That's
the
right.
Ukrainians or count them out before they've gotten a good shot at it. Because there's also will always be a chance for the Russians,
True.
if we don't have an agreement made at the end of the day that's good for the Ukrainians, for them just to launch the war again. And it's part of the reason why I want to close the chapter, this chapter in history so much with Ukrainian victory, is because we don't want to do the situation where, okay, the line's stagnant, guess we negotiate a ceasefire for the time being. 5 years later, Russians lick their wounds. International community doesn't care as much. They invade again. Now Ukraine has less means to defend themselves if the West isn't vigilant. So that's why
True.
I believe so much in making sure they have a chance to, close this chapter of colonial history.
Well, I hate to say this, and this might make you upset and some people in your community, but if I'm thinking strategically, I want this war to go on for 10 years so Russia is caught up in it and can't be a thorn in the rest of the world's side, because Putin's not going anywhere. The criminal racket that runs that country is not going anywhere. The idea of like some revolution and overthrowing Putin or something is so ridiculous. So, this has got
It does piss me off, you're right.
military. They are pariah. They are a joke as far as selling their military equipment around the world. This has been huge for the United States and the Western world. And if it were to go away tomorrow, I think it would be a bit of a loss for America, because Putin could go back to doing whatever the hell he was doing before. Is that crazy to say?
I think it's very like a cutthroat, like Henry Kissinger, right? Kind of position.
It is.
And Henry Kissinger
I don't
actually
like
has
you.
changed his position. Originally, he was like,
I'm America first. Okay, I'm America first.
Oh my god.
I remember Kissinger was originally like, this democracy shit, it's kind of gay. Just make a deal with the Russians. But after seeing the Ukrainians perform so well, he's kind of changed his position to, actually, maybe we should win this. We've really fucked over the Russians a lot of ways here. I understand the position, but I think we also need to realize, even if I was to just like strip all the morality of like this war lasting 10 years and how many people would die, and because like a lot of these people are my friends and I would really be upset if all my friends died in a war.
Sure.
I think, and for a lot of people, that's a real possibility where like my friends are on lists of the Russian government where they take their village. They aren't appearing again. They're getting shot, and that's that. So the longer this war goes on, the longer the Russians have the chances to take villages, kill people, and slaughter people. So there's a moral argument as well about why I think this is wrong. But also a stronger Ukraine, once after this war is over and it's an American ally, it's a Western ally, is better for us. And we've seen how the Syrian civil war has destroyed Syria, it has destroyed its economy, it has made it so it's basically a narco state, propping itself up through drug sales. And we would not like to see that in Ukraine. That's an environment that could foster a lot of corruption, that could reel back on a lot of the progress it's made on corruption. It's an environment which could lead to them selling out their weapon stockpiles for money, or an environment where you're going to have a very low standard of living and not a lot of prosperity. And I think we want a strong, prosperous Ukraine thriving in the tech field as a future American ally. I hear from Americans all the time that we want our Western allies and the Atlantic Pact and NATO to spend more, and we wouldn't have to have so much of an international world-keeping police of the world type burden on ourselves as we carry all the weight. And it's going to be very hard for that if for countries like Ukraine, it's countries basically completely hollowed out by war. And so I do think it actually is better for the United States and our allies and our alliances' long-term security for Ukraine to win this war as soon as possible and build itself into a technological and military powerhouse in the region.
I mean, that sounds great. It would take like $1 trillion investment, no, to help them rebuild. But also, wouldn't it give Russia an opportunity to rebuild and then go back to being the menace they were once before and interfering in countries' elections and causing problems and
It's
selling
gonna be-
military equipment to rogue nations and on and on?
I know
I mean,
Poland
we
is
know that the
using this
Russians
war
will invade,
to
and if they fail, they'll
gear up,
basically
so to
again.
speak.
So when it comes to Ukraine, I think the best path is to make sure that they can't try again. The reason they haven't invaded Estonia, Latvia, or like
Poland.
Lithuania isn't because they're extremely powerful military states on their own. It's because they have the backing of NATO. So making sure we put alliance structures in place in countries like Ukraine, make it so the Russians can't invade again. And so when we're speculating about, will the Russians invade again in 5 years? Can we trust their word? We don't need to rely on the word of a serial liar who has lied about invading Ukraine like three to five times already. We can rely on the security balancing of adding Ukraine into the European alliance,
Right.
adding them into EU, adding them into NATO, adding some defensive structure that makes it so that we or other or more of our allies, hopefully all of us, would come to the defense if they're invaded again. And that is removing one more country for the Russians to invade in the future. Not to mention,
Fair enough.
this invasion has been such a disaster that I do think it is going to be a while until they end up invading any other country. And you say that, you're so sure. I don't know how sure you are that Putin's regime will survive, but the dude's 70 years old. He's got to die one day. And honestly, I don't think it's completely unheard of the idea of their invasion failing. If they completely took an L, I do think that is one of the few environments where Putin's regime could legitimately collapse. Will it necessarily collapse? No. But I do think that Putin's going to be working for a very long time.
But it could also mean Russia would restructurize and become
any other
stronger
country. Will he
in the
work his
long
moves?
run.
Yes, but the whole reason we want to stop Russia from invading all these countries is because of the death, destruction, and horror.
Yeah, that is a good
region.
solution.
And I don't think, in an effort to stop him from deploying death, destruction, and horror, we keep him in a perpetual state of deploying death, destruction, and horror. So because it feels like we're extending a war to try to stop a future war. Like, I don't know how comfortable I feel about that.
Yeah. I just don't see any end, I guess. And again, I'm on the outside. I don't know that much, but it just seems like it's costing $100 billion a year, but that's nothing compared to trying to rebuild Ukraine, which would take $1 trillion or whatever. Like, imagine all that infrastructure that was destroyed, all the civilian population, all the people who left trying to come back. I mean, I don't know if the world's ready for that.
The less Ukraine functions as a state, the harder it's going to be for it to defend itself.
Right.
The more destroyed it is, the more destroyed buildings, more destroyed infrastructure, the harder it's going to be to fight back. Ukraine, as much as they have a ton of willpower to fight, it isn't invincible. It isn't an invincible country.
I hear you. I'm just trying to be as devil's advocate realistic as possible because it's great to say the world.
So this isn't your real position. You're just playing a devil's advocate.
It kind of is. It's kind
I
of my
see.
realistic position. Here, you want to hear my real position? Here's my real position.
Oh,
He's not going to die for 20 years. He's going to stay in power for at least 10 or 15. If it's not him, it's going to be someone below him. They're going to keep this criminal racket going. And there's no way to defeat Russia. It's 140 million people. It has the backing of China and India to some degree, even North Korea. And it's like
North
there's
Korea's
no way-
backing
there's
is
no way
nuts.
to beat them. And there's no
You know?
losing for Russia either. That's the thing. It's like there's no way for them to walk away and lose. So I don't see how they lose. And that's why I think Ukraine in the end is just going to settle for, okay, we kicked them out of the area they took since they started it, but we're going to leave them in some of the occupied areas they were before, as painful as that is. And the fact that you said 1 million people
I don't believe
brought
that.
into Crimea as like settlers, and those people are like red ants who don't want to live under Ukraine. I just don't, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that's my position. And look, I hope it doesn't work out.
I don't think it will.
The less influence they have in Ukraine, the more their military is hollowed out, and the more devastating this loss, the harder it's going to be for Russia to remobilize in the future, commit itself to another struggle. Because we can't even compare this to the first Chechen war, which is the only comparable example of them invading a country, failing, and then maybe trying again in the future. This has been much more devastating. That doesn't necessarily mean they won't, but I do think that we are pushing them back from another country that they're trying to occupy, taking a country off the list, shortening the list of countries that they can invade in the future.
True, that is good.
Basically the entirety or in a large part of the Soviet stockpiles, which are just not going to be available for next time. They're going to have to build new tanks for next time. They're going to have to expend a lot of their production capacity to build these new tanks for next time. And so I think it makes sense to win this victory, make it so if they want to do this again next time, it's going to be in another country where they're going to run into the same problems. Then boom, we have another country off that list. And the only other option is we go in and we just do regime change. We just try to remove Putin from power, period.
It won't work.
So then that's why I think we need to win this war. But we need. But
I just don't know. I don't know if there's any winning. That's the thing. I don't know how we win. I hear your argument. What you said. You're like, yeah, we devastate them so much that they have to give up and go back. But I agree with you at your point that like this has been devastating for Russia. Holy cow, it has been. But as soon as the war starts, they just start rebuilding.
It'd be great to have a conversation with
They're gonna
Dylan.
be like, think twice next time of invading a country. But I mean,
I am working on it.
it doesn't change anything in the leadership, and they're like, well, they're going to sell it as a win to their people too. That's the other thing is like the propaganda arm in Russia is insane. Like 40% of that population is supportive of the regime, like with no problem, because they just watch cable news all day and they're just brainwormed,
I mean, I understand what you're saying. This doesn't deal with the problem of Russia, but it makes the problem like the problem of like what led to Russia necessarily invading Ukraine. But it makes it so the conditions, if they were wanting to invade Ukraine again, would be much
harder
difficult in the future, and they are weakening the central authority in the state. They're weakening the military power, and making it so probably the base that supported Putin going into this war is not going to be as hardy or as encouraging when going into another war in the future. Definitely, if it starts to go off the rails again. There's only so many failed invasions a dictator can do before they either they exhaust their capacity to invade countries, or
very doomer. We do not stand doomerism.
Yeah, I mean, I hope so. I hear you.
I think they're,
look, all these things could.
I think they're coming to a close.
Them as well. I don't mean to.
I think they're almost
this is kind of where I'm
ready
at,
to
my position.
finish it up.
But that's why I'm talking to you, because I want to hear your on the ground perspective on this, and you've definitely given me more optimism, even though I'm not expressing that right now. You've given me more to think about. I just think I'm kind of like a little bit like Hassan in the sense that
oh God, don't be like Hassan.
Wars, because it keeps our enemies on.
Don't be like Hassan, especially on Ukraine.
Stuff, and it's the more energy Russia is expending in Ukraine, the less they're doing around the world.
That's
kind of how I see it.
That's true, but here's another example also. It's something I do want to talk about as well. That the worse they're doing in Ukraine and the more resources they got to divert to Ukraine, you're right. They are going to have more security crises elsewhere. But that could mean that if they take a big L in Ukraine, they get pushed out of Ukraine, that other elements around the world that oppose the Russians, say in Syria, other locations, might take the opportunity to strike, as we saw what was happening possibly in Armenia when we saw the Azerbaijanis shelling the Armenian border, like within Armenia proper, blocking roadways into Nagorno-Karabakh. And I'm not endorsing that. I'm just saying that the worse this goes for the Russians in Ukraine, they're also more likely that there's going to be movement in the other areas where the Russians hold a lot of influence and are backing people, because their geopolitical opponents in the region are going to take advantage. I mean, but I think that could happen whether this war went really long or whether it went in a quick, like, terrible defeat, because it's going to be difficult for the Russians. Let's say they just marched out of Ukraine to now march into Armenia to defend Armenia, march into these other countries, because now they just put themselves through a hell of a war. Now they're going to put themselves through another war.
Nah, yeah, they wouldn't. I think it also sends a message to China, like, look, this ain't worth it for Taiwan too. So, like, things are happening. They're supposed to happen this way, I think, and it has a bigger impact than just that region and just Russia too.
Okay, so
done?
Is there anything else on Ukraine you want to talk about? We talked about Ukraine for a bit.
Yes.
No, I think
guess
that's
they're
it.
done.
I just, last thing I'll say is I saw that this 40 plus year old American was killed fighting alongside the Ukrainians as a volunteer, and I couldn't help but think about you and like the danger you're in, and like, I don't know, I feel like, are you a juicy target as an American out there as well?
Well, if I was, I mean, I have been in areas, civilian areas, and they strike civilian areas. Like I was in Mykolaiv when they shelled the Mykolaiv city center full of civilians during the start of the Kherson counteroffensive when they started panicking. But I am not a volunteer. I am a journalist. So I'm not a legitimate military target, whereas obviously a foreign volunteer would be a
I don't
legitimate
think
military target.
Russia cares about that,
Not
to
that
be
necessarily
honest.
the Russians always care.
Exactly.
They actually killed a French journalist with a rocket strike.
They don't care.
And so journalists do die. They are killed. I have also seen footage of them directly targeting journalists. So it would depend on the group that engaged with me. It would depend. Maybe it's Wagner. Maybe it's a Russian military unit with a little bit more discipline that understands the value of a Yankee. It would depend who I'm embedded with. If I'm embedded with frontline soldiers, obviously I'm going to be in a lot more danger of getting killed than if I'm embedded back like at some civilian volunteer center. But even here, you can get struck by missiles in the sky and stuff. So
Yeah.
there's always some level of danger. But I don't believe the Russians are really are considering like trying to kill me or like do me in. The only thing I've ever engaged with that are even remotely close to the Russians trying to fuck me over is people in Moscow. I have no clue who exactly tried to hack into my Discord account.
Oh,
What the hell?
Jesus.
I just don't want to see a video of Prigozhin standing over your body or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think it would be more difficult to do it to me because people would immediately be like, "That's a journalist. That's not a soldier." I've been very clear about what my job here is, but also the Russians don't care that
They
much.
don't
about
care.
journalists.
They don't
But
care.
I think
Are
also
there a lot of
I could be
Americans there?
I've met a lot of Americans here. I mean, there's a lot of
Okay.
Western supporters here, either as volunteers, and of course there are those who are actually in the military, volunteer to fight in the military. Americans are. I've met a lot of Americans here.
Okay, cool. No, that's it. That's all I got. That was a lot of information there.
There you go. What did you think? Have you enjoyed? The current Russian government cares about nothing. True. Like I have to write this down. Remind me to ask Dylan if I've talked to. He just don't. Wait. Oh. I thought President Sunday was streaming again, but no, it's a premiere. It's true. That is why I want to talk to him, because it can become a really good talk. What is this? The wash pit. Deja vu, we've had this debate before. This is a debate video. What is this? What is this? What's happening? The wash pit. What's happening here?
Hi. Just a quick
Who is
thing
this?
before. Someone came into my chat and then said that you were up for talking, which first of all I appreciate. But they also said that you thought I might be good faith. I just need to know if that's accurate.
We've already seen this. We've already seen this. So let's whatever. We don't care about that anymore. We cared about it when we've covered it, but now, see, the Mexican people had a favorite thing to say. The former president of Mexico. Oh, what was the thing? Oh, we tomorrow we are continuing the research into the Mexican Revolutionary War. I've got good news on that front, actually. I've got good news when it comes to our research on the Mexican Revolution. What does it mean? What does this saying mean? Oh, damn. Okay. We're gonna continue. I've got good news when it comes to the got very good news when it comes to the research about Mexico. Wanna hear the news? Are you ready for the news? The news is
Not sure if you're familiar with the creator Shakespeare. She's gonna help me get some more materials about it. She speaks Spanish, so lives in Mexico, so that should be an interesting source of sources. So you'll watch some more, Dylan. Tim Pool has a take.
Globalism is really communism, in my opinion.
They say that's anti-Semitic to call it globalism now, and it's like, what?
Oh,
It just
God.
means people who are in favor of a one-world system of governance.
Who is he even complaining about?
I don't know.
It is not. What? What is it?
Tim
Can he-
Pool.
How did we get to this topic? How did we? Now I posted this video of like Michael Jackson lowering a gun,
Jesus.
and I posted a meme with it that said, or just like a message along the lines of what Trump supporters think Trump will do on day one. And I was a little bit joking, but it was in response to Donald Trump during the town hall saying, if I am elected president, I will end the war in Ukraine on day one. Now, Trump makes a lot of promises like this. He made promises about the wall and Mexico paying for it. He made promises
True.
about getting rid of all of America's national debt in 4 years. Well, then he increased it by 7 point.
Which is very telling because actually the Nazis built a wall around the ghetto and they made Jewish people pay for the wall. So I guess Trump takes his ideas from the Nazis, right?
5 trillion while in office. He makes a lot of bold promises that he cannot back.
Bold promises.
But this was one that I saw some people in the magosphere kind of believing or actually buying, that Trump could just go in and like lower everyone's guns. That if he just went in there and said, Zelensky, you have to give up 5 oblasts to the Russians and they will accept peace. Zelensky will say no, and then somehow Trump's going to get around that. Or he'll abandon Ukraine. Those are like the two scenarios, that somehow Trump isn't lying and he actually is the best negotiator in the world, or he's going to abandon Ukraine and he's going to basically wipe his hands of it on day one and say, look, I tried. I said, hey, Ukraine, give up all of your people to be mass graved. And they said no.
True.
And, you know, we're at an impasse. They don't want to be mass graved. The Russians want to mass grave them. You know, it's an impasse. Anyway, I didn't believe many Trump supporters actually bought this. That even
Tim Pool.
people who were voting for him, the majority of them would see this and say, it's just Trump being Trump. He's being braggadocious as always. We've all come to expect it of the man. But apparently not for everyone. Tim Pool says Trump will end the war in Ukraine in 10 minutes by using the genius strategy of asking everyone to stop fighting. Let's listen to him. Also, he's talking to Carrie Lake in this clip, by the way. Very funny.
Was wrong when he said he could end the war in Ukraine in 24 hours. He's completely wrong. He'd end it in 10 minutes.
In 10 minutes, how would that be?
Oh, Tim Pool.
The moment Trump becomes president,
So embarrassing.
Putin, he's on the phone with Zelensky and he says, stop fighting, we're going to talk. The fighting stops, the war's over. Now, of course,
What an idiot. Jesus Christ.
What am I supposed? It's there's so many question marks in there. There's so many. They're so simplistic.
I'm sorry, is Tim Pool such an idiot?
Like everyone's like, oh, I didn't even think.
Is this for real?
Like he does a Zoom call instead of calling them one-on-one. It's a Zoom call, and the pressure of the Zoom call would make all the fighting stop. Of course,
for real?
because Putin respects Trump so much, and Zelensky is his subservient dog as a Western proxy. That's the only outcome is he just asks and all the fighting stops, and all the soldiers out in the field, including Wagner.
Like I didn't think Tim Pool was actually this
All of the
stupid.
Ukrainian territorial defense, they're all just going to be like, oh, we have to stop fighting.
Or maybe right-wing
Possibly some Russian
audience just
more
eats
Ukrainian
this up.
territory? Oh yeah. Oh, Trump said so. Okay. Well,
This is so ridiculous.
yeah. I mean, Trump has a lot of respect here. When I go out and I was talking to all the Ukrainian soldiers, they said they served Trump first, Ukraine second, Zelensky third. That was the exact.
True.
It was told to me almost like it was their Bible.
Damn.
He gives no explanation. My only response to that is how.
Eastern Orthodoxy, more like Trumpian Orthodoxy, am I right?
He gave as much detail as Trump gives when he talks about how he's going to bring peace to Ukraine.
Jesus.
How? How does that work?
In a literal sense of conflict, the moment Trump's elected, the fighting stops. And from that point
What a-
forward, the
oh,
fighting will never
God.
resume. That is
right.
the war being over. Formally declared.
Dude, Carrie Lake. Carrie Lake, the person who will never accept the fact that she lost. That is just an extension of Trump on all of his ego. Carrie Lake is gobsmacked. She's gobsmacked. She's in shock at what Tim Pool is saying. Lonerbox, thank you for the raid of 151 people. Jade Monkey, thank you for what's up. Dylan, what part of you just call them up and tell them to stop do you not understand? The logic is bulletproof. Okay, so a lot of
I'm probably going to be avoiding the topic of loner box when talking to Dylan. I've actually avoided the topic of loner box last time. I think I'm going to stay on course and avoid the topic this time as well. Muga make Ukraine great again.
this kind of goes off
True.
the idea of like very interpersonal politics. It's just like very like personally, if Trump called these people and was personal about it, he's a good negotiator and he can get it done. But I understand how this perspective can be formed because Trump, in his diplomacy and his negotiation, heavily invests in that personal element. But a lot of times that personal element doesn't matter. For example, when Donald Trump was getting rolled by Xi Jinping, where every single time the American government would send any type of former representative over to Taiwan, Xi Jinping would call Trump and tell him to stop. And Trump, favoring that personal touch to politics, would run to his staff, yell at them like, I don't want to hear about Taiwan. I don't want to hear about Hong Kong. And they would keep pulling back all these American diplomats till they were sending lower and lower and lower ranking diplomats over to Taiwanese. He was getting rolled on the personal level. So I don't even think Trump is that good on the personal level, but that is something that he talks about a lot in his book, Art of the Deal. That's part of his mentality and how he is a deal maker.
Art of the deal.
Let's assume that personally, Zelensky and Trump get along enough that this could work, and that Zelensky couldn't just be like, look, I'm going to ask the American Congress to support me, which, by the way, I know this is hard to believe, but the American Congress do hold authority when it comes to foreign policy, and there's already been talk about how Congress could support Ukraine without the support of the executive branch, and there are ways for them to do it. He couldn't just go to the Germans, who just approved $2.7 billion in aid. He couldn't go to his other backers. Obviously, losing the support of the President of the United States would be a negative for him. But to assume that Zelensky has no leverage, or hasn't shown that the Ukrainians do have the ability to fight, those victories in that early days of the war, first month, second
If
month,
Ukraine surrenders, then I don't think Ukraine will surrender. That is a very unrealistic scenario.
They were using their own stockpiles. They were using their own soldiers trained by their own.
Just realized me and Jess are Sakatanugis of Lucy's
to push
community.
the Russians back from
Thank
Kiev.
you.
That still exists. That mentality.
Thank you very much. Actually need to start growing a bigger audience, and I think one of the ways to do so is to facilitate more talks. And to facilitate more talks, I need to reach out to more people. You know? Which I'm actually doing behind the scenes. I know that I'm talking with Dylan. We started semi discussing a day in which we could talk. Asake Tanuki. Sorry. Right. You know, Demon Mama said that she'd love to talk to me in the near future, so we're gonna have a talk with Demon Mama. Maybe I should DM President Sunday about a talk or something. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I don't think Ukraine will surrender, however. I don't think that's gonna happen. Oh, let's unpause.
that passion to fight that still exists in Ukraine, probably now more than ever. So
4-hour
he
stream.
could necessarily do it on an interpersonal level, but let's get past that barrier for a second and say that maybe he could convince Zelensky and Putin to just stop fighting and try to and like sign a deal, whatever that deal would be. In my mind, I think it'd be a lot more pro-Russian than pro-Ukrainian.
Right.
But then it also assumes that Zelensky has complete control of his country, which is not the case. Zelensky is a figurehead. Zelensky is somebody who's helped people rally around the flag. But Zelensky's popularity, and this is something that a lot of people outside of Ukraine don't realize, rests almost entirely upon his ability to resist the Russians. Once he stops being a good tool, a good politician to resist the Russians, and he's now the person who caves to them.
I actually don't think he's ever. I don't think he would ever do that.
If he will not be elected out next election, he might be removed out under the current government, as in they physically remove him. Some people say, oh, will the militias do it? No, it wouldn't even have to be the militias. It would be the Ukrainian people themselves on the streets.
I don't believe Zelensky would do that.
The idea that they would just so quickly sign away all this territory and land to the Russians based upon Donald Trump's whims and because Zelensky said so is silly. And that's where the personal politics fails, is because if it is so against the basic interests of a state.
Like Zelensky is pretty militant.
In the basic interests
Pretty
of
militant, you know.
their land away.
I don't even believe he would.
And so that's why
he would
I
do
laugh
that.
at the idea of Donald Trump doing this in 24 hours or within.
Like, I'm gonna be honest. I think Zelensky understands this more than anybody. And I genuinely think that he just wouldn't do it.
10 minutes, unless we see some guidebook and some plan that could convince the Ukrainians and the Russians. As of right now, there is no middle ground to be found. Their positions are irreconcilable. And saying that is just acknowledging the reality of the situation.
Yeah.
Declaring an end to hostilities.
You're right,
will take
absolutely.
24 hours. Okay, fair point. But I think the issue here is, do you want Ukraine to win the war? What does that mean, winning the war? How do you ever really win a war?
What? Are you what?
Victory. You achieve all of your goals.
Oh my God! How do people listen to Tim Pool?
Like define victory themselves.
How do people listen to Tim Pool?
Our victory was determined by the
Unconditional.
capitulation of the German Axis, the Italian fascists, and the Japanese. And their capitulation and their occupation marked us winning the war because we got revenge for Pearl Harbor, we got a demilitarized Japan, a demilitarized Germany, a demilitarized...
How does Tim Pool have an audience?
We had defeated fascism, and we had defeated the country which had aggressed upon Europe and much of Asia. That was victory.
My God,
So
how does
victory
he have an
here,
audience?
as the Ukrainians have defined on multiple occasions, would be getting the Russians out of Ukraine, which is what the international community has deemed illegal, what the international community has keep voting to condemn, and we are completely within our rights under international law to support, because sending weapons and sending aid to a country under invasion, including military aid, is 100% legal under international law.
True.
Everybody dies and then the fighting stops?
Makes you
So
Is that the
stupid.
scenario? If the war continues another year, everyone in Ukraine will die. Everyone in Ukraine will die. Look, I don't want to underplay.
Temple is actually really popular,
A lot of
so
people are dying, but
it's
the
just
options
shocking
are
to me.
Ukraine has to cave to the Russians, or everyone dies. That's not the only two scenarios. That also assumes that if the fighting, quote unquote, stops on the contact line right now, that the Russians won't kill anybody, which is
Ridiculous.
ridiculous.
Thank
Not to
you.
mention, this conflict also has a history of failed ceasefires. Iko Rich, thank you so much for the tier 1 being sub for 14 months on a 3-month streak. What did you say? You put down a message. We will win when Russia no longer has a land bridge to Crimea. Well, the thing is, the Ukrainians could like mark victory in two ways. It could be the return of the 2022 borders, because then that would mean this operation the Russia tried to engage in, the SMO, the Special Military Operation, failed. Or it could be an end to the
SMO.
war in its entirety, as in pushing the Russians out of all of Ukraine.
wonder if there's, well, there's this globalist push, and this war really, really would accelerate that push, unfortunately. And
What does that even mean? There's
Means
a globalist
nothing.
push. A push for what? Economic dominance, cultural
Means
manipulation,
nothing.
more gays in
meaningless.
cartoons. Just know there's a globalist push, and this war accelerates that push. No detail.
So if we
Yeah.
get Trump in charge
And he
and
just
push.
agrees with it with no detail. Yep, yeah, that's true, Carrie.
we stop that that march toward a globalist kind of future,
Oh my God.
what do they call it? They're trying to change the word.
Wait.
We do need to unite.
Putin is a warrior against globalism, and that the Russian invasion, if we negotiate a ceasefire, like, you know, it is another blow against the
So
globalists?
ridiculous.
Or is she just saying that the perpetuation of war, no matter the war in and of itself, is a success for globalists? Because if that's the case, would that mean if America was invaded by China, we would have to negotiate immediately, maybe sign away California, sign away Colorado, West Virginia, who knows what states,
Yeah.
for peace, and that would be a victory against global. Like, what would this? Again, there's none of the terms, none of the specifics were defined here, so you just kind of have to guess.
Globalism is really
Multinationals.
communism, in my opinion.
What the hell?
To call it globalism. now.
Oh my God.
It just
Both of
makes
these
more in
people are
favor of a
so
one-world system of
stupid.
governance.
Well, who is he even complaining about?
Globalist is
What?
communism.
What is it? Can he? How did we get to this topic?
Oh my God. How did we get here?
Yes, like,
How did we
they
get
call it
here?
Globalism, anti-Semitism now. It's anti-Semitism. We call it globalism. I don't even. What's he even talking about?
It's dog
Nothing to do
whistling,
with your
Dylan.
race or
I think
ethnicity.
he ends it in 24 hours.
It's
as
dog
well. I think
whistling.
You're probably right. Before he even takes the oath of office.
Hostilities
Yeah.
cease. I bet the moment he
49 state landslide. 49 state landslide.
True.
If Tim Pool really believes this, I want to see him commit to it. That if Trump is elected president and he doesn't negotiate peace within 24 hours in Ukraine, I want to see Tim Pool come out publicly saying, I was wrong. I know nothing about international diplomacy. I know nothing about geopolitics.
That will never happen.
Clown. I'll never talk about foreign policy again.
Good luck.
I want to see that commitment from Tim Pool.
Good luck. Good luck expecting that
as soon as the
commitment from
results
him.
come in.
Good luck.
on TV. So in fact, Trump was
Godspeed.
wrong. It's going to be negative 2 months. The results come in saying Trump is president.
Why, if it's this easy to bring end to conflicts, why is the Palestinian-Israeli conflict not been negotiated yet? I mean, if Trump's such a great negotiator, he was in office for 4 years.
Trump just doesn't want to.
The war in the
He-
Donbass
he
was still
could.
going on. It was still a thing. It
He
wasn't-
could end the
it was still
Palestine-Israel
there. He could have
conflict,
negotiated
but
at
you
any
know,
point during his presidency, he fails.
he just didn't want to.
He's back in office, and in day one,
Yeah, he just didn't want to.
just like the abolishing all of our debt. All of our debt will be gone, even though he raised our debt by $7.5 trillion. Just like the wall being
It's okay.
paid for by Mexico never happened. Just like many of the promises he made and never came true. Why didn't he negotiate the end to the Palestine?
You're calling Trump a liar.
Negotiate that. Why is he unable to negotiate all these other
You're
conflicts?
calling Trump a liar.
But he's going to be able to negotiate
Sir.
this one in 24 hours, even though their positions are
Sir,
irreconcilable. Get out of here.
sir.
Putin immediately says, "Get me in touch with Trump's people." I bet Putin says it because he knows that he's
my God.
going to get a little bit. Ukraine knows the
This is
fight
what we
stops,
call
and they're going to say,
LARPing.
"Okay,
That is LARPing, right? This is what we call LARPing,
This
right?
is like an embarrassing level of naivete on behalf of Tim Pool on how this would go.
I don't think it's
Number one,
naivete.
he doesn't know what the status of the war on the ground is. What if the Ukrainian counteroffensive is effective? They push back to close to 2014 borders, but they're on the gates of Mariupol, and they
Oh
want
yeah,
to
because
back.
Tim Pool cares about
For
stuff such
many
as this.
Ukrainians, for all
For sure.
Ukrainians, negotiation of the Russians keeping Mariupol is absolutely ridiculous. Is he going to be able to stop the Ukrainians from launching that counteroffensive day one? What if they occupying half of Crimea and they've already destroyed the Kerch Bridge and they could take the rest of it? What if it's in the other way and the Russians are in a more advantageous position where now negotiation isn't in their favor anymore? Who knows what the status of the war is going to be on the day he negotiates? Tim Pool is basing this analysis on information he doesn't even have.
Yeah, because he's pulling it out of his ass.
Silly based upon the conditions that currently exist. Assuming that Trump was to become president tomorrow, this would not happen. Definitely since the Ukrainians have the ability to launch more counteroffensive
Yeah, I'm surprised you're taking the argument seriously.
analysis that he is doing
It's straight out of his ass, yeah.
we don't currently have. This is very shallow foreign policy analysis, not necessarily
No kidding.
much more from Tim Pool.
True.
But man, how easy is it to get on the Tim Pool podcast? Is it easy? Is it hard? I know that Lance got on, but if this is his genuine position, I would be more than happy to talk to Tim Pool about it. My goodness. My goodness. I need a reason to go back to the States in July.
You would need to fly to him. You would need to fly to him. Ridiculous. It's not just a silly take. It's ridiculous beyond reason. Okay, let's just listen to some Warcraft music, shall we? Shall we? You came here for the games, right? You didn't come here for the politics, I think. I think you're here for the games, so... Right? Am I right or am I wrong? Also consider AD DeSantis is elected, he'll back Russia. Yeah, true. So consider giving me a dono or something. Since we've been streaming for 5 hours or something. Product. Squaboo. We could explode this cute little critter. But I won't, I'm not cruel. Oh. Oh no. Well, we're taking a short break. I'm gonna have to prepare some stuff for tomorrow's stream. I'm really doing a hard grind. By the way, tomorrow, or today rather, a video, the debate between the whole Bad Empanada debate is gonna be premiering tomorrow. You know, the one that I got a donation to stop covering. So that's nice. There's so many topics that I can talk to Dylan about. I have to make it into a list. Remind me to make an actual list of topics for Dylan. Wait, who's your first favorite streamer? Hold on. Who's your first favorite streamer? Oh my gosh. What do I do to become your favorite? What do I do? What can I do? I can change. I can change.
Work complete.
My gosh. How do I become the favorite? What do I do? Blah, 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 blah. I can change exactly. My God. Xander Hall, obviously, I was on the edge, but DJ Mule's video made some great points on you and I should some. Oh my gosh. I see how it is. Unfortunately, DJ Mule's star has faded and he's no longer a full-time content creator. But Chud Logic has explained to us why DJ Mule has failed. It's because he didn't put in as many hours as I do. That is why. DJ Mule should have grinded like I do. He would have succeeded then, you know? But alas, DJ Mule did not have an amazing work ethic like me. And so he failed. It had absolutely nothing to do with his weird attacks on Vosh, Xanderhall, and even Shadlogic himself. Xanderhall is growing up into a fine young man. Well, he could used to be a bit more patient on World of Warcraft, but you're right. Which reminds me, tomorrow we're gonna be having an MMO day. And because he was bi, exactly, too much of that bisexual content, you're right. I almost forgot about that. I almost forgot about that.
Work complete.
Bisexual content, you're right.
Lord who? Kabu. Arg.
Okay, now we're building up a fleet. Goblin balloon. And made a view on Berserk that Chadhead didn't. Yeah. Chad Logic likes to comment on things that he doesn't know about the most, you know? Yeah. My god. Chad Logic's analysis. Jesus. Analysis in quotation marks. But I'm gonna be honest. Uncommon Chick's analysis is not much better. I saw her video recently. It was not good. It was not good. Spoiler alert. You might go over it actually one day. Oh.
Work complete. Work complete.
I need more oil.
Yes, Captain. You're the captain. Done building ship. Arg. Ahoy. Work complete.
Work complete. So you need to understand, it's not me, it's you. That's why I said I can change. That's why I said it. That's why I said it. My gosh. That is why I've said it.
Yes, Captain. Arg. Arg. Aye, matey. Who wants to sing? Done building ship. You're the captain.
I would love to.
Yes, Captain. I would love to.
I would love to. We don't have that much oil left.
Done building ship, matey. Ahoy. Ahoy.
Okay, we're almost done with the level.
Yes, Captain. Ahoy. Ahoy. Yes, Captain.
Damage plus 5, huh?
Arg.
Me? Oh my gosh. Is that the only thing I can do? Become your favorite streamer? My gosh.
Done building ship.
I think we're okay.
You're the captain.
I don't think we need the full upgrades.
You're the captain.
As nice as it would have been.
I would love to. You're the captain. You're the captain.
Oh. No, I think we've got enough to clear this level. We don't have to go anywhere. We don't have to invade anywhere. We're okay in oil. It does! Because it means that I'm not good enough. Boom. Oh. There we go. I don't know. My gosh. Oh, let's destroy this.
Aye, matey. Ahoy. We're being attacked. Arg. I would love to. Yes, Captain.
Aha.
Captain. Arg. I would love to.
Destroyed. We're about to win. Also, Cleety, you're my favorite streamer. I've donated more to you than I've ever to Xander Ho. Wow, thank you. Thank you very much.
Ahoy. I know the captain. I would love to.
I need to identify what I'm doing good and do more of that. Also, we need to continue with Resident Evil.
Yes, Captain.
We have so many plans. We have so many plans, Gigglers.
Work complete. We're being attacked.
Oh,
Arg. Ahoy. I would love to.
should have a debate. I need a intense debate with someone. President Sunday. You're gonna debate me, President Sunday? I don't think I have. See? So many games, so little time. I have not played Deus Ex Machina. I think I'm gonna win the level once this is destroyed.
Aye, matey. I would love to. Arg. Ahoy.
It is sad, but we might do it on stream, you know? That just means that I have a chance to experience it on stream. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Giggler. Wow, this is maybe a chance for me to ask what made a difference for you when it comes to my content. What made a difference? So that I can maybe do more of the thing that is good. Eliminate all the bad. I don't know. Wait. How is the level not over yet?
You got me? Okay.
How's the level not over yet?
Aye, matey. You're the captain. You're the captain.
Not yet. Thank you very much.
I would love to. Ahoy.
I have no idea how this level is not over yet. It should be over. Oh no. Warcraft 2 is this type of game that there's like this one unit hiding in the corner of the map, and until you kill it, it will just,
Arg.
you know? There you go. This tower is why I'm not winning yet. Oh, thank you. I'm hoping to have a Have you seen my first? Wait, hold on. Have you seen my first talk with Dylan Burns? Wait, what? Whoa, damn. Well, damn. Oh, thank you very much. Oh. With this we won. With this statement we have won. Just as you've said it. Thank you very much for helping me grow. I think the way to grow is for us to get more talks with people, you know, on topics. I think the Dylan one will be a big discussion. So I want to prepare a very concrete list. I'm definitely gonna discuss some current events like the missile thing, Russia demanding land from Poland, the grain crisis.
The Alliance supply lines to
Damn.
Balas have been severed. Only a handful of human and elven defenders remain to safeguard the ancient elf kingdom from the onslaught of the Horde. The enchanted domain of the elves has inspired Gul'dan to unleash his most perverted creation, the Death Knights. Born from the corpses of the fallen Knights of Azeroth, these once proud defenders of humanity now serve the Horde in a blasphemous state of eternal undeath, conjuring dark spells of necromantic horror upon their terrified foes. These Death Knights seek to unleash their wrath upon any foolish enough to stand in their way.
Damn. Probably not. I don't really watch Dylan except through you now. Ah, okay. You should watch our conversation and look forward to our upcoming conversation, which we are sort of already planning out. You know? What the? Restart. Gosh darn. Yeah, okay. I get it. Demolish. Look at this. Where are the enemy? Hehehehe. I'm gonna demolish you. Hey, why only one per... Oh gosh. This sucks.
Alright.
Yes? Who is it? We've got explosives! Kaboom! Oh, it's beautiful! Hello?
Jesus. Unless you pretend for a sec you said the way to grow is to get more people to watch you. Really the way to grow is to get a bigger audience. I mean, bigger audience is a result of growing, but to get a bigger audience you sort of need a strategy to get more people to discover you, right? And talking to other people is sort of like a way of getting discovered by viewers, you know? Right? After all, getting a bigger audience is about being discovered. Like, the thing is to presentation, yeah, but that is one piece of the puzzle, but there's also the piece of the puzzle that is, if people don't know you're streaming, then the presentation won't help you alone, right? Presentation will make people stay, but you also have to be discovered, right? You need to be in the algorithm or something. See, you heard of me because of Demon Mama. Because I was exposed to an audience that saw me and decided to check me out, right? Got into your stuff because of your shameless self-promotion Sundays Discord, combined with your obvious talents and sense of humor. Ah, thank you. Thank you very much. I do try to self-promote. I do try to self-promote. I do my best in that regard. Let me see how many subscribers we've got right now. Let me check them. You're gonna check the subscriber count now. Ready? Ready for me to check the subscriber count? It's... I don't know how you go from 7 to 10K. Yeah, different story. I know, right? Oh, we're back to 727. Oh, I didn't see that. Or are we? Oh, we are back. We're back, baby. We're back to 727. Excellent. Amazing. Also, as always, I ask you to comment. Yeah, I might need different strategies for that. So I do hope to get some exposure to Dylan's audience, I guess. But the problem is that the last talk we've had, Dylan actually did not stream the last talk that we've had. So I'm not sure if he's gonna do it this time either. So he might just be a guest on this stream.
Work complete. Zug.
You know? But it's still a good thing to do. We need more this conversations. I've contacted Merrick, but she has not really commented these nuts. I mean, that's a comment. That is a comment. That is also a comment. But yeah, Merrick has not seen my message yet, so that would have been an interesting discussion on sex work. Wait, you should be here. So yeah, we're working on it. Don't worry. We're definitely growing. We're definitely growing. And of course, the growth is possible in not small part thanks to Somniostatic.
Work complete.
You know? Which helps me as an editor. Who helps me as an editor? Why can't I upgrade? Oh my god. Lav. I'm not sure if talking to Lav would be a good idea actually. I'm not sure if it would be a good idea. Why can't I upgrade the base? Oh, I know why. Wow. I'm missing the most important building. I'm not even sure if I'd want to talk to Lav. Lav is horrible. Lav is actually really horrible. Painfully so.
We're being attacked.
Damn. Got him. Got all of them at once. Got him. Did you see how it got him?
Work them to work. Help son.
What? Master? Master? Yes, Master. I don't want to. Oh, now I'm hungry. This way. No, that way. He did it. No, he did it.
The ogres have the British accent. Maybe, you know. Maybe Blizzard was trying to say something.
Yes, Master. What? Yes, Master. I don't want to.
Work them,
Oh, right now I'm hungry. This way. No, that way. He did it. No, he did it.
Alright. Oh my gosh. I got axe for you. I got axe for you. We're doing well. Now we can upgrade. We need more workers. They were right, there is something wrong with the British. Tariff Island, after all.
Ready to work.
Damn. I have a feeling that talking with Lav would have been a disaster.
What, huh?
That would have been a disaster. We're gonna upgrade this. Neutral here. We're doing so well. We might actually need to finish for today since I do have to plan some things for the stream later, and I have to visit mom, and I do have to take a short nap. So we've streamed for like 5 hours because I stream longer than anyone. Is Demon Mama still streaming? Let me check. Okay, Demon Mama streams for long hours.
Spending so much of my life with the belief that like God had a plan for me.
Oh, religion. Okay. So I think we're gonna finish for today. Unless the audience votes for me to push on. If the audience votes for me to push on, I will push on. But otherwise, I will rest and prepare for the stream later. I think a lot of you will try to grow by having a take so that they can make a round debating it with bigger creators and get a small boost that way. It doesn't seem sustainable though. I can't think of anyone who's stuck around that got their start that way, right? You're right. You are correct.
Your command, Master.
Okay. If that Sake Tanuki say so, then I should rest. I shall rest in that case. We will exit the program, exit the game, and I'm gonna see you soon. I'm gonna see you soon-ish. Okay? We've got a lot to do. We've got a lot of ideas to cover. I'm gonna compile a list of topics for Dylan. I'm gonna keep contacting people to talk to. And we're gonna see. We're gonna see how it all goes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm gonna take a short nap and then I'm gonna tackle the day, prepare for the next stream, and it's gonna be great. Especially since I've got an article that I really wanted to read on stream. It's called, where's the article? It's called Are Conservatives at the Daily Wire Really Calling for Transgenocide? By the standards of the Jewish jurist who coined the word, yes they are. There you go. So there are articles about the transgenocide, and I really wanted to read one on stream. So we're gonna do that. That I can promise you to be on the agenda on the next stream. And the next stream I'm gonna be, this one's the avatar. Next one's gonna be a cam stream. So I'm gonna be on the camera for the next one. All right. So I'm gonna see you. I'm gonna press end stream.